right. 3:30 went out. I took the one off the notice. Okay, 3:30. Maybe that was from your planning meeting. So with that, we'll go ahead, the first of the four budget bills. This first bill is 119-21, reaffirmation of annual pay and monetary fringe benefits for the South Bend Police Department. And with that, presenter, City Controller Dan Parker.
Yes, thank you, Chair Warner. Dan Parker, City Controller, office on the 12th floor of this building. We're starting off with the simplest of these four bills, in that Bill 119-21 is just a reaffirmation of the ordinance that was passed by the Common Council in 2020 in preparation for the 2021 budget, which followed negotiations with the FOP for a 2-year agreement. So that agreement does run through 2022, so this simply reaffirms all of the terms of that bill, or that ordinance. But happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you. With that, any committee members with questions? Any council members with questions? Any members of the public wishing to speak in favor or against Bill 119-21, the reaffirmation of the police department salary ordinance? Public members of the public to speak, that's okay.
I don't see anyone from the public expressing interest to speak on this bill.
Okay, at this time, any motions by members of the committee?
Move to send Bill 119-21 to the committee of the whole with a favorable recommendation.
I second.
Okay. Clerk Jones, we have a motion for favorable and a second. Can you please do a roll call?
Yes. Committee Vice Chair Wax.
Aye.
Committee Member Niskoski.
Aye.
Committee Chair Warner.
Aye.
Committee Member Thomas Morgan.
Aye.
4 ayes.
And Vice President McBride is now present. We'll
Okay.
show for the record.
Vice President McBride.
I'll abstain for now since I wasn't here. No, that's okay. I'm here, but I'll.
Okay, with that, we'll move on to the next of the four salary ordinances, Bill 120-21, a Teamster salary ordinance. At this time, I would take a motion to accept the substitute.
So moved.
Second.
You do a roll call, please, Clerk Jones.
Yes.
Thank you.
Committee Member McBride.
Aye.
Committee Member Niskoski.
Aye.
Committee Chair Warner.
Aye.
Committee Vice Chair Wax.
Aye.
Committee Member Thomas Morgan.
Aye.
5 ayes.
Thank you. And with that, Mr. Parker.
All right, thank you, Councilor Chair Warner. So the substitute version of this bill was filed earlier today, and this actually follows ratification of an agreement which followed negotiations with the Teamsters Union. The local here have been negotiating over the past few months, and we actually did get a ratified agreement on Friday. So the salary or the financial components of that are what's contained in the salary ordinance and are summarized up on the slide. In general, the salary ordinance, it's a 3-year salary ordinance and a 3-year agreement, calls for a 2.5% increase in 2022, followed by a 2% increase in overall wages in 23 and a 2% in 24. There are additionally targeted increases beyond that for solid waste drivers, meat crew operators, and mechanics. So what you'll see in the detail behind the bill is a 2021 rate and then a 2021 equivalent rate. For the vast majority of positions, those two rates are the same, but for targeted positions such as solid waste drivers, mechanics, and meat crew operators, those rates are actually different. Because of market demands and difficulties in attracting those positions actually got a increase that was larger than the overall 2.5% in 2022, and the way that worked is to give those positions an equivalent rate in 2021 and then give 2.5% on top of that. So I'm happy to talk through that in more detail if you have any questions, but essentially adding some dollars to what would have been a market rate in 2021 and then adding 2.5% to that. That's the way that those work. The only other change from past years in the Teamster salary ordinance is the addition of 2 discretionary bonuses that would be available to pay to Teamster employees. The ability to pay hiring bonuses and recruitment incentives. So that was added to the salary ordinance, specifically targeted around specific positions, especially solid waste drivers. And I do see Eric is on, who can speak to a little bit more about the reasons why the administration feels like that would be important to make sure that we're able to recruit and retain qualified individuals in those positions. Eric, did you have anything you wanted to add to that on the recruitment and hiring bonus?
No, I mean, I think it's something we've talked about before, and we've got quite a bit of turnover that's continued to be an issue for us as we try to make sure we're fully staffed, and so it's been a number of years since we've been fully staffed. So we're trying to do our best in what's an increasingly difficult environment to have drivers with Class A CDLs. You're seeing this being a national issue, and so the only way for us to continue to retain drivers and be able to hire new ones is to be more competitive with the rest of the market.
With that, we'd be happy to answer any questions that the committee might have.
Thank you. Any members of the committee with questions or comments?
Thank you, Chair Warner. I was pleased to witness and be a part of this agreement. Mr. Horvath or Mr. Palmer, I was wondering if you could just share with us for the public's information, just what the situation has been with recruiting in some of these departments, just to be able to share some numbers that might be of interest to the public. In particular, the departments that department that might be most heavily impacted.
Yeah, I'll start. Dan, you can jump in. This is Eric Horvath, Public Works Director with the office on 13th floor of the County City Building. For us, the solid waste drivers, the challenge that we've had is that we've continued to lose drivers to the private sector, and we've had over 40% turnover rate for the last number of years, and this year being even higher than that. And so, most recently we lost a couple of our drivers to FedEx, who was offering $30 an hour jobs, plus a lot of places are offering significant sign-on bonuses, in addition to wages that are much higher than what we're paying for our solid waste drivers. And so that's really the challenge we've had. This brings their salary up a couple dollars, and is going to be much more competitive than where we are sitting currently.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. Any council members with questions or comments? Councilmember Henry.
Yes, I do was part of these negotiations, and one of the major takeaways for me was just the level of cooperation and respect between the two entities and their willingness to work and negotiate. And I just thought it was a very fruitful experience, and I appreciate everyone's participation.
Seeing no one else, we'll go to members of the public. Any members of the public wishing to speak in favor or against Bill 120-21? Seeing none, we'll go to back to the committee. What's your pleasure, committee?
I move to send Bill 120-21 to the Committee of the Whole with a favorable recommendation.
Second.
Clerk Jones, will you do a roll call? We have a motion and a second for a favorable recommendation to the Committee of the Whole.
Yes. Committee Member Nisgowsky. Aye. Committee Chair Warner.
Aye.
Committee Vice Chair Wax. Committee Member McBride.
Aye.
Committee Member Thomas Morgan.
Aye.
5 ayes.
And with that, the bill moves on, and we'll now move to Bill 121-21. And at this time, I'll would accept a motion to accept the substitute.
So moved.
Second.
And Clerk Jones, can you do a roll call for that, please?
Yes. Committee Member Nisgowsky. Aye. Committee Chair Warner.
Aye.
Committee Vice Chair Wax. Committee Member McBride.
Aye.
Committee Member Thomas Morgan.
Aye.
5 ayes.
Thank you. And with that, Mr. Parker.
Thank you, Chair Warner. So this is the substitute version of this bill, and the contents of this bill are largely contained within the attachment, which does detail out the maximum salary, or what we call the salary cap, for each non-bargaining position within the administration. There's a number of changes that were made to this bill, which we have talked about within the context of the budget hearings, but within the substitute version of the bill, the main changes were to move the standard raise from 2% to 2.5% for non-bargaining employees. And then one change, which is not contained in the attachment, but actually is contained within the text of the bill itself, is to add a $1,000 city residency incentive bonus for individuals who keep and maintain their residency within city limits. You'll also see in the bill that it does increase the full-time employee minimum wage to $32,000 annually. The original version that was filed had a minimum wage of $31,200, so this does go to $32,000. And then the last change, which was not specifically talked about with council yet, but was discussed at length, this substitute version does actually remove entirely from the executive departments and the administration the ordinance violation bureau clerk position. So we had discussed some options around continuing that conversation, and the administration is still interested in continuing that conversation, but I think it was Councilmember Wax at the last budget hearing mentioned if we want to continue the conversation, that's great, but if we do want to move it, we can always adopt a new ordinance at that point, and that was sensible. And so the administration did elect to just remove that position entirely from this salary ordinance in this substitute bill. With that, the other increases that are above the standard 2.5% are all the ones that have been presented through the 2022 budget process. And all of those are as proposed originally, but I'm happy to answer any specific questions that council members might have at this point.
Thank you. Committee members, any questions?
I have a question.
Vice President McBride.
I have a question about the salary proposal for the community investment. Could you reiterate that request?
So are you talking about a specific position or just in general for the
The
department?
specific position, the salary changes.
So there's a number of positions within community investment that are receiving salary changes that are different than the standard 2.5%. I can pull up the list, but it does start with the executive director position. Is that the one you're referring to?
Yes, specifically.
Sure. So the executive director position is currently in the salary ordinance as a proposed 9% increase over the 2021 current. And that is specifically for a couple of reasons. One is, as we've talked about at length during the 2022 budget process, or during the 2022 budget hearings, that position is absorbing a lot of new responsibility, especially with the need to program all of the ARP dollars, and that department growing through the reorganization that's been going on over the past few years. And then the bottom line is that 9% increase does get that position closer to the level of where other department heads are. So currently, the executive director position is at roughly $108,000 annually. The 9% increase would bring them up to around $118,000, I believe. And that is more in line with where other department heads are. If you look at the executive director of Venues, Parks and Arts, the public works director, the city controller, and the corporation counsel, it would be more in line with those salaries at this level.
Second question, the other proposed in there, what is the average above the 2.5%? Is the cap like 5%, 7%?
So there's a number of positions that are above the average 2.5%. If you give me a second, I'll pull up the list of all of them, and we can look through those.
Thank you. For the record, so, thank you.
Absolutely. All right. Share my screen again. So up on the screen now is all of the positions in the, oh, these are the new positions, excuse me. Position upgrades over 2%. So up on the screen now is the first screen of all the positions that are in the salary ordinance at a level greater than 2%. And so you'll see a lot of variation in terms of the percent change there in the final column on the right. A couple of things to note, which we talked about during the 2022 budget process. All of the ones that you see from the Department of Administration and Finance, that is the result of a reorganization where we actually eliminated several positions in order to fund increases. So there was some expansion of responsibilities that occurred there. And so although those do have a percent change above that's 2.5%, there actually is a net decrease in overall cost within that department from 2021 to 2022. You see a few there from the legal department, or one there from the legal department and a few from the Public Works Department. I know specifically the ones you were asking about were the Department of Community Investment. So those are now up on the screen. And so you can see a few of those up there. One note, you'll see the Director of Planning moving to a Chief Planner position and an increase of 19 or 18.5% there. That is just switching the salary cap from the planning position and the building commissioner position. So you'll see actually at the very bottom, the building commissioner is receiving a decrease of 12.5%. So those are offset. Those two are essentially just flipping the salary caps for those two positions to reflect the new structure that we have in place. But you can see some of them are in the neighborhood of 4.6%. And then some of them are a little bit higher. The other item that's worth noting is this historic preservation specialist position, that one there. Although it is a 21% increase overall, that does come with the elimination of a part-time position. So that is, again, absorbing new responsibilities and a decrease in cost in total. So there are 34 positions, I believe, that are proposed to have an increase above the 2.5%.
Thank you.
Any other committee members?
I couldn't help but notice while you had that up. I'm looking at the substitute, and I have an economic empowerment specialist, and it puts the proposed 2022 salary at 57,000. But on the screen up, I see it bumps up to almost 70.
So yeah, so the new position, or the current title is Economic Empowerment Specialist. The new title for that position will be the Manager of Neighborhood Housing Development, and that's where the 70,000, the 69,967 salary cap is for that title, Manager Neighborhood Housing Development.
Then what's the engagement in economic empowerment?
So that position may still exist within the salary ordinance, but it won't be in the 2022 budget. Does that make sense?
Again?
If we had a position that had that title in the 2022 budget, then that would be the salary cap for that position. But we've elected to change it in the 2022 budget to the manager of neighborhood housing development, which is that 69,967 salary cap.
Any other committee members? Council members? Mr. Davis?
Mr. Parker, over the last few weeks, I've asked for some really basic information. Turnover rate, I've asked about that. I've asked about, I hate when that happens. I asked you about the turnover rate. I also asked you for a survey, right? And then I also asked you about, the amount of money that we're investing in each individual district. I have none of those things. The reason why I asked those questions, so I can kind of follow along with what the plan is with these new positions, because this council did not get a presentation from the departments telling us what they were going to do next year. It was more numbers performed by you. And so I still need the turnover rate. I still need the two other things I just asked for. I don't know why I can't get what I'm asking for.
So the turnover rate, we can get for you. We do have it. I don't know it off the top of my head. So we'll get it for you before the 7 p.m. meeting tonight. The other two things that you asked for, I believe I answered the question on the survey last week at the budget hearing. And I believe that the question on the spending per district will be presented when we talk about the 2022 budget bill, which is not this bill.
I still have not gotten what I asked for. That's what I started with. And in order for me to make an informed decision about what's going on tonight, I need those things. I don't think that those things are hard. I am looking at you saying over 30 new positions with hefty raises, and I want to know, why are we showing new positions the way that we are with these hefty raises, and you have the background conversation saying that we're not happy with the way the city has been operating for our city services. So why would we employ new people or people already here at a higher rate if we're not getting the baseline out of the things that we're paying for? And that's why I ask those questions. I want us to win. I really do. This is one South Bend, right? I want us to win. But in order for Henry to make an informed decision, and all the education I've had all of my life, I've been in school all my entire life, I need those things answered in order for me to say this is a good thing or a bad thing. And I have no idea why it's not a serious thing to you guys. I don't get it. Never seen anything like this before.
A couple things. It is a serious thing.
You sure?
I'm very sure. I spend a
So
lot of
why
my
don't
time
I
here
have
talking to you
them?
guys. And so it is a serious thing, and what I said is, last week I provided an answer to one of those questions,
It's
and
still
tonight you will have the answer
Davis,
to the
let him
other.
finish the answer.
Tonight you will have the answer to the other two questions. And so we will provide you whatever information we can. Just a slight clarification, these are not the new positions. These are positions with increases above the 2.5%.
I got that. And I'm not going to repeat what I said before. In order for me to make an informed decision about this budget, I need those questions answered. That's it.
And you will get the answers, sir. Promise.
Now, I need an answer. I don't need to hear about next week or 2 weeks down the line. I need an answer.
This evening. How about that?
You said that 2 weeks ago. Okay.
President White.
I have a question that goes back to the incentive for the $1,000 for residency requirement. How many of our employees would fall into that category? And then the basis for the incentive, that's to recruit and retain or other needs?
Sure, yeah. So we believe, and based on it changes, right, as people turn over and those kinds of things, but based on the most recent payroll and people employed, non-bargaining employees, we believe there'd be 162 people that would qualify for that $1,000 incentive out of non-bargaining employees. So that's roughly 45% of the total non-bargaining workforce. So the intention behind it is certainly a recruitment one and a retention one, but even more importantly, it's to try and incentivize people to come and live within the city of South Bend. We know that there's benefits not just to the city itself in terms of a return in terms of tax revenue from good paying jobs and those kinds of things, but even more importantly, if you live in the city of South Bend and you're in the neighborhoods and you're seeing the effect of these things, we believe it just makes for a better city employee. And so that's the intention behind the incentive.
And then the $1,000, this is my second question, that will be given, of course, for 2022 budget year.
Yes.
But will it all be given at one time or in different types of years?
Yes, so the intention is to have it work similarly to the police department and the fire department, which currently have a residency incentive into their contracts, and it is paid out once a year in December, and it is prorated. So if they live in the city for part of the year, they don't get the incentive, the full incentive. They get it for the part of the year that they lived within city limits.
Councilmember Hammond.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, Dan. Do you know if Santi's on by chance? I wondered if I could ask him.
I can't. I don't. But if he's on, he can jump in. If not, I know he will be here this evening.
He is, yes. He's on his way down. Okay. I have a couple of questions for him when he arrives.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair, for letting me answer or ask a question. For the non-bargaining salary ordinances, I'm going back to where you was talking about with Eric Horvath about they're losing drivers to FedEx because outside of the city sector, they're luring them with bonus pays and one-time sign-ons. I've seen it all. Advertised, a lot of advertisements, $1,500 bonuses I've even seen at some places. So these non-bargaining salary ordinance changes, are those competitive in the market? My guess is probably not, but is it trying to at least get them in a competitive range so that we're not losing key personnel in the city to private sector?
Yes, thank you for that question. It's exactly right. We are never going to be competitive with the private sector, and the two areas where this is most evident is innovation and technology, where a lot of these, and actually one of these specific proposed increases is to try and get to the 20th percentile of salaries for applications developers. So 80% of organizations are paying more than we are. And that's okay. We're not trying to be competitive with the private sector, but we do want to at least maintain close to somewhere near competitive basis. So innovation and technology, and then administration and finance, trying to attract accountants. Engineers would be another one, trying to attract engineers. A lot of those professional positions are very difficult to compete with the private sector. So yes, a lot of these increases are specifically around to try and remain competitive.
Thank you. And my second question would be in reference to the jobs that have been lost in the city. We don't know what that number is. You said you would get us that number. But would you venture to guess that a lot of that is largely due to them moving into the private sector?
Definitely, again, in those specific areas, we see a lot of it, both in the professional positions as well as in highly in-demand positions like CDL drivers and positions that require that certification. There's a lot of reasons why people move on. We do try to offer a total compensation package that's competitive. So again, if you take into account benefits and health insurance, we try to make sure we provide good health insurance and those kinds of things. There is the ability there to try to be competitive from a total compensation perspective. But yes, I believe some of this is part of it. And I will share that on average, our total number of jobs, excluding police and fire, that are available at any given point is in the neighborhood of 50 to 60. So it's not as though we have a huge amount of turnover, but it has been increasing over the last few years. So 50 to 60 out of 1,000 jobs is in the neighborhood of 5 to 6%. So.
All right, thank you.
With that, we'll go to the public.
Thank you, Chairman. Allow me to ask this question. I want to go back to the 162 non-bargaining employees that will be able to receive a residency, $1,000, with a 2.5 pay raise and also the $1,000 that they'll get. What percentage does that actually come out to actually getting them to a higher pay raise?
Absolutely. So you can imagine easily that the lower your salary is, the higher percentage the $1,000 is. So if you live within the city and you're making $40,000 a year, for example, the $1,000 comes out to be to another 2.5%, right? So that would be 5%, including the 2% that they're getting in addition. So the way that it works out is if you're making less than $66,000 a year, you're going to be, and you live in the city, this would be more than a 4% raise.
All right, thank you.
Couldn't we just mandate that people that work for the city outside the police department, those who work for the city, have to live in the city? We have that ability. Why would we just continue to stack more money in here?
So whether we have that ability is maybe questionable. There have been different states, not Indiana to my knowledge, but different states that have actually looked at that and struck that down in recent years. New York, Wisconsin, saying that it's not legal to mandate that your employees live in a city. But we could look at that. Given that 45% of our non-bargaining employees do not live in the city right now, that would be a difficult transition for sure.
No, not that, and that's what I wanted to go to as well. We would grandfather, I proposed this bill actually some years ago. We would grandfather the folks in that are already city employees that live outside the city, and then as they, through attrition, they will obviously have to be a city resident in order to gain a job. So it wouldn't be like a, immediate, chop down and everybody has to move into the city right now. It would be based upon the next position, the position being refilled by a new person, and that person has to meet the residency requirements. We couldn't do it because the police officers do not have, we don't have that flexibility with the police department, but everything else we checked out legally. And so I'm just saying, I think that there's a way of getting this done without adding more money. It just seems like it's just more and more and more money. And we're top heavy and we're getting bloated up around here. That's a lot.
So the only thing I would say to that is we could look at it legally. We do appreciate the regional nature of our employment and labor pool. It may be difficult to attract people who don't want to live in the city, but otherwise would be very well qualified employees. If we mandated it, this is just a carrot as opposed to a stick.
Thank you.
I'm just having a hard time understanding why a person that gets paid over $100,000 by a city, not a private job, but the city, not wanting to live in the city that they are working to build. It's just a really difficult time understanding that. I'm done.
Thank you. Any members of the public wishing to speak in favor or against Bill 121-21?
Richard Williams, Community Economic Development and Government Relations Consultant. I heard on the way in, Dennis, if you could speak to the raise that's going to the Director of Community Investment, and he said because of the added ARP responsibilities. Could you clarify that for me? What does that mean and what will it do? And are there any of these positions, I know this is about salaries, are there any African-American, Filipino, Hispanic individuals in the upper management department that are all going to be on these salaries? That's just for clarity.
So just to clarify the executive director position, there is some additional responsibilities both with the reorganization as well as with the programs that we've been going through with the 2022 budget process. But it is also to be more commensurate with where the other department heads are at, and as well as to make sure that we can attract and retain very qualified people into that role. As council has approved over the years increases for department heads, that's been the rationale, is that we want to make sure that we have very well-qualified people leading the city team, and that's the rationale here as well. In terms of the demographics of department heads, we can definitely provide those. I think that those are out there. We can provide the demographics. I'll leave it at that for now. The ARP programs that are being implemented largely through the Department of Community Investment, which have been presented over the past 14 budget hearings, and really are transformational investment in affordable housing and neighborhood infrastructure and other programs run through the Department of Community Investment.
Okay. Any other members of the public wishing to speak in favor or against Bill 121-21?
We have Jordan Geiger. Jordan, if you would unmute yourself, please, and state your name and your address for the record, please.
Yep, Jordan Geiger, 424 South Michigan Street, Unit 660. I'm speaking against the ordinance for consideration. Just a couple questions a couple concerns I wanted to raise. One is that unless things have changed in the last week, this is the first budget session where I have not seen comments and questions raised by members of the public receiving responses in writing from the administration. And two, we signed a joint letter with a number of community organizations on the west side who expressed concern about the fact that, and I've been saying this week after week, that we don't feel like we've been properly engaged by the administration. And so I know there was some conversation that I wasn't directly a part of, but I know that Council President White had tried to arrange a meeting with Black Lives Matter and members of West Side neighborhood organizations. It was my understanding that Dan was in favor of having that conversation, and we were looking to bring the mayor in, but it never happened. And that goes back a month and a half. And even since then, we've been trying to get meetings with department heads, meetings with the city planner. And so it's just concerning to me that we're talking about giving folks raises who can't even respond or meet with folks who've been paying taxes in this community for decades, have lived their entire lives in this decade, for decades, and who are leaders, in their neighborhoods. So Dan, can you speak, I guess, to whether or not how are these raises going to impact or change that behavior?
Any other questions, Mr. Geiger?
No.
Thank you.
So just to be clear, the raises that are above the standard 2.5% are almost entirely for folks that are below the top level management. So there is one proposed raise above 2.5% for the department head level. So I just want to be clear on that. And in terms of engagement and trying to respond to concerns and questions come up in the community, we don't provide written answers to questions that are answered during budget hearings. So if we do provide a response during the budget hearing, whether that's a council member or a question from the public, we don't then provide a written follow-up. So that is the response there. And then in terms of other engagement, I am always happy to talk to anybody about budget. whether that's a council member or a member of the public, and will continue to be.
They weren't answered, and I told you they weren't answered every week.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor or against Bill 121-21?
We have Tiana. Tiana, if you would unmute yourself and state your name and your address for the record, please.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you. Tiana Batiste Waddell, 904 Thomas Street. I'm not in favor, and it continues to happen on why I'm not in favor. There is no transparency. Your own council member has been requesting documents, let alone the public. Speaking to Mr. Geiger, who just said he asked for stuff that wasn't received. You need to do a better job of speaking to the stakeholders of these communities and fulfilling our needs. We need an urban planner, infrastructure, schools, safe streets, all of the basics of a flourishing community west of the river. So please do not move forward on this. There's a lot more work that needs to be done west of the river. Please pay attention to us. Thank you.
Thank you.
That exhausts our list, our virtual list.
Okay, we'll go back to the committee. Any pleasure of the committee?
Now that Santi's arrived, I wonder if I could ask a question. Mr. Garces, can I ask you a question, please? Okay. When you were brought on, were you aware that a significant consolidation had taken place in the Department of Community Investment?
I was aware when I joined the city after my time in Pittsburgh in November. I had seen some of the progress of the city consolidating historic preservation and some other pieces. There's other parts of the conversation that the mayor and I had discussions about, but obviously the result of the current budget is part of the conversations that have occurred over the past 9 months in 2021, if that answers your question.
Code had been moved into DCI. Historic preservation had been moved at the time that you were interviewing and hired for that position, correct?
I believe that the consolidation of the neighborhoods team had occurred in 2020. So yes, code had been brought into community investment. Obviously, none of the new spending as part of
Correct.
the ARP funding
Right.
had been appropriated because that was passed by the federal government earlier in the spring.
Okay, but ARP dollars were kind of a foregone conclusion that there would be additional dollars coming to city entities and such.
No, actually, the American Rescue Plan passed in the spring of this year, and actually, when I joined, the city was facing a fiscal shortfall, and that's actually why there were no pay increases as part of the I joined right at the tail end of the past budget process.
Correct.
So there's
Okay.
a financial shortfall for the city.
So when you were brought in, you understood the salary that was established for the DCI, or Director of Community Investment?
Yes, I understood the salary.
Okay, so my question basically is, was there an understanding that you would see a significant increase in this new budget process?
So the compensation for me is set by the controller and the mayor, not by me. So I just want to make that clear. I did not
I'm just
advocate for.
asking a question.
I'm just saying, no, because it is a little bit frustrating that again, I'm not the one to respond to questions over the compensation for my position. That's a question for the mayor and the question for the controller. And I believe that they've said that they've compared other department heads with similar responsibilities, and they've shown that the other department heads that have similar responsibilities make about $20,000 more than I do. I don't care about the pay. If you want to dock the pay, but I don't want to, I'm not here to defend, or if you have questions about my compensation, I request that you ask them from the controller.
Thank you.
Let the record reflect.
I shall do
Mr.
that.
Geiger.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Did you have any other
Back-
questions?
I was
Back-
just wondering if when.
Back to the
um,
committee members. I think his questions were asked and his questions were answered.
He told me to direct my question to Mr. Parker.
I heard an answer, but
Did you have another, in addition to what I
I'm
said earlier?
just wondering if it was the intention to do a 9% increase for this department when Mr. Garces was brought in.
No. So we evaluate compensation for our department heads on a yearly basis. So when we were putting together the 2022 budget process, especially in light of, again, the additional programs and responsibilities taken on by that department head, and just comparing where that department head was with respect to others in the community, or in the city rather, that we felt that this was appropriate. So no, it was not the intention when Mr. Garces was brought on. It was through the 2022 budget process where we review all of the salaries.
Thank you.
thank you. Back to committee members. Do we have any motions?
I'd like to make a motion that we send it to the council with no recommendation.
There's a motion on the floor. Any second?
I'll second.
So we've got a motion and a second to send it with no recommendation to the full council. Clerk Jones, can you do a roll call, please?
Yes. Committee Chair Warner,
No.
Committee Member McBride. Aye. Committee Vice Chair Wax. Committee Member Niskoski. Aye. Committee Member Tomas Morgan.
Nay.
3 ayes.
So Bill 121-21 goes forward. We'll now move on to Bill number 122-21. And at this time, I would take a motion to accept the substitute. I have a motion and a second for the substitute on Bill 122-21. Can you do a roll call, please, Clerk Jones?
Yes. Committee Chair Warner,
Aye.
Committee Vice Chair Wax. Committee Member McBride.
Aye.
Committee Member Niskoski.
Aye.
Committee Member Tomas Morgan.
Aye.
5 ayes.
Thank you. And with that, we'll turn it over to City Controller, Mr. Parker.
So this one is the mayor's salary ordinance, and all the substitute does is update the proposed salary for the mayor in 2022 to be commensurate with the standard increase for non-bargaining employees at 2.5%.
Thank you. Any questions from committee members? Any questions from council? Any members of the public wishing to speak in favor or against Bill 122-21?
There is no one from the virtual public expressing interest to speak in favor or in opposition of this bill.
Thank you. At this time, I'll take it back to the committee members for a motion.
I move that we send Bill 122-21 to the Committee of the Whole with a favorable recommendation.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Clerk Jones, can you do a roll call, please?
Yes. Committee Vice Chair Wax. Committee Member McBride.
Aye.
Committee Member Niskoski.
Aye.
Committee Chair Warner.
Aye.
Committee Member Tomas Morgan.
Aye.
5 ayes.
And with that, those are for salary ordinances, and this Personnel and Finance Committee is now adjourned.
I think it goes to the residential neighborhood, and the time has been changed. I think it was scheduled to start at 4:15.
We've got
Am I correct?
4:15.
Okay.
All right, the Neighborhood and Residential Committee is now in order. Clerk Jones, would you please do the roll?
Yes. Committee Chair Lee.
Present.
Committee Vice Chair Niskoski.
Present.
Committee Member Davis. Committee Member McBride.
Present.
citizen member Ramaya Williams, and citizen member Bobby Milliken.
I'm here. Bobby Milliken is here.
Okay, we have 6 present.
All right. Today, we
I'm
wanted to
sorry,
get, we wanted to get a update from Community Investments on the neighborhood repair program. And so today we have Pam Myers, who is here to make the presentation. So thank you.
Thank you. Pam Meyer, Director of Neighborhoods with offices on the 14th floor of this building. As Chairman Lee said, I'm here today to talk about the South Bend Urban Enterprise Association Home Repair Program and give you an update on that. But before we get into what's happening today, I wanted to give just a brief background for people who may not have been familiar with this type of program in the city. So historically, the city's had a program of this nature, citywide and federally funded for about 25 plus years. The iteration we have now with the City of South Bend partnering with the Urban Enterprise Association is a first-time change where we have 2 funding sources. One was federal dollars, Community Development Block Grant, and one is city dollars. And it is the first time we've also had we have only taken applications from a targeted geography in the city. So the city and the Urban Enterprise Association have a contract. The UEA administers the city portion of the funding. The information I'm going to show that we go through in terms of where we're at, in terms of balances and numbers, represents 3 what we call program years of funding. So I don't want that confused with calendar year of funding, because, for example, our federal dollars, we go back to 2018, and we're using program year 2018 funds in this program. Because of the federal government timeline, we don't get those funds till later in the year. So in August of 2018, in fact, at the end of August, the last week of August, we contracted for those funds. Because we're in South Bend, in the wonderful Midwest, and the weather we have, generally, no work is for a home repair program occurs in that latter part of the year, particularly if we get a winter with snow in October, et cetera. So while we call it 3 program years of funding, this program, because it has been federally funded for so long, really works in, I want to say arrears, but it may be moving ahead a year. The other thing that, of course, is most recent is the COVID impact, because for 14 months we had no inspections. We were not in people's homes. While we started that in July, or started it in July of this year, we are requiring waivers for the applicants, the homeowners, the people who will be there while the inspectors come into the home to see the work that might need to be done. This is the targeted geography that's currently, we have taken applications for, and we are working on all of those applications right now. And that is the only place that we took applications from. I have provided to you this comparison because I found that I provided to a council member last August this information from August 24th. So we looked at August 30th, and you can see the progression of the number of applications. Certainly some go through, some applicants decide to withdraw. Some are denied, and we will go into reasons for that later. And the number completed, the number currently that's under contract for work, and the number yet to be inspected. This relates to the actual funding available from 2020 and then again in 2021. And it shows what is first available, what is expended to date. And again, that goes to the date that's reflected there, August 30th or August 24th. The balance at that time. For those that are currently under contract, we're of course reserving those dollars, and that's shown there. And that the balance that's left for those yet to be inspected.
And this is the block grant, which is the federal funding, and this is the city funding administered by the Enterprise Association. Well, let me go back for a minute here. Yep. What I want to point out to you is that if you take the balance of the two funds that are yet to be inspected, it's just a little more than 1.2 million. If you look at the number of 40 that we have yet to inspect, and while you can do this a lot of different ways, we have chosen to budget by using the maximum allowed in the program. So currently, we allow a maximum of $30,000 of investment into a home for home repair. If I take 30,000 and multiply it times that 40, it's about 1.2 million. So we believe that we have enough money left to complete 40. While not everyone uses $30,000, or I should say the repairs are not at the cost of $30,000, they are increasing, and they're increasing for things that we've all talked about and heard about in terms of supply chain and costs and labor costs, et cetera. So we believe that that makes sense. The other thing I'd share with you is that the types of repairs that are in the guidelines that all applicants receive a copy of, that we look at are repairs that are in poor or failing condition. They generally address things like roofs, HVAC systems, so air conditioning, furnace, plumbing upgrades or repairs, electrical upgrades or repairs, porches, front porches, railings, steps, those kinds of things. Sometimes siding, and, well, I said roof, but gutters as well. The council specifically asked for the kinds of activities or kinds of reasons for why people were denied. These are also in the guidelines, so excessive repairs mean that the repairs go beyond the $30,000. For example, we had a quote come in today for a home, and with all of the things that we thought were necessary for that home, it was over $40,000. No eligible repairs, meaning that some people apply knowing that they don't have eligible repairs but want to see what can happen. Some want cosmetic work. We don't do anything related to that. It has to be, we're trying to do the basic elements of a home that keep a home safe and decent for people who are living there. Of course, if you don't live in your home, then we don't take that as a valid application. You have to be a single-family property. If the property is already under construction in some way with contractors on site, then we will not go on and do that additional work. In one case, one of our applicants was also applied to the Rebuilding Together program, which is an annual program funded by Community Development Block Grant dollars as well, and all of their repairs were done through that program. And then one applicant was tax delinquent, and that is a requirement of the program to be, to have your taxes paid in full. The challenges that we've had with this program are that, number one, prior to having city resources available, when the dollars were allocated, as I spoke to previously, or when they were contracted, from the federal government. So we're always sort of playing catch-up. We have done application processes in a variety of ways over the years. We've done certain timeframes, so a range. We've done a continual application process. Part of the problem with a continual application process when you're using federal funds is that your income qualification only is good for 6 months. And if we can't get to committing and signing a contract, or that homeowner signing a contract with the contractor within that period of time, we're forced to do the income qualification again. That becomes onerous not only to the applicant, but also additional staff time. So we have found that, at least most recently, particularly when you're in a targeted geography, having a particular time frame for applications makes the most sense, and that's what we had done most recently for the applications that we are dealing with now.
Our other challenges are, that we're finding right now, are not unlike other things we've talked about with contractors, supply chain issues, people who have been waiting for months for materials so they can't finish a job or go back on site to do the job. And also, in some cases, contractors just walking off a job and us having to requote it and find another contractor to finish the job. But all in all, I would say that we've been very successful in the sense that this program was aimed at helping people to stay in their homes, and to make sure that people had a safe and decent home, with the majority, or I should say, the major elements of a home being in good stead for a number of years, so that they would not incur additional cost or debt themselves as a homeowner to take care of that. If we look towards 2022, this reflects what you've seen before from the previous budget meetings, where there's a proposal for 2.8 million that we roughly believe would serve 100 units. And this was the percentage breakdown we talked about in terms of a tentative, being discussed breakdown of how we might utilize those funds in terms of providing resources to people throughout the community. There are reasons to do targeted programs, but there are also reasons to offer programs citywide, because taking a program from citywide to just a targeted geography, as you might imagine, created a little bit of confusion and concern by some of our residents. But looking forward, if this proposal is approved, then we have the opportunity to do a whole variety of different types of programs in different types of geographies, and try to address what's needed most in each of those. I will end there and try to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Pam, for your presentation. I just have, I want to ask committee members, you have 2 questions in 5 minutes. So we'll go with Councilman, I can't talk today, Nizgowski.
Okay, thank you, Chair. The 3 that you had, I believe you said there were 3 that were excessive over 30,000. Do you then go back to say, well, can we do, how do you, say, well, there's $10,000 here, or do you have them rebid or just look at trimming down what was on that list? What's that process look like?
I would tell you that we just had that conversation today internally for the one that came in. Over the years, we have done a variety of different things. Initially, we just said, no, we can't work on this home because the cost exceeds what we can provide to you. We have looked at trying to eliminate certain elements if they weren't essential to the home structure and safety and welfare of the occupant. I think that we need to, we talked today about looking at the one that just came in and going back to the 3 that had this situation and seeing what were the elements that were being coded out. So for example, if there's a roof and there's gutters with it, you don't do a roof generally without the gutters. So what can we take away from that, if anything? The other issue is we have in the past tried to accommodate a connection between the home repair program and Rebuilding Together, or in the past, Real Services had a home repair program that the city was also funding, and trying to connect in those ways. So I think it remains to be seen what we can do with the 4 that are in that position right now, but we will look at all of those things.
Thank you.
Councilman Davis.
Thank you. Ms. Meyer, thank you for your presentation. I am, I'm a little jaded here. Earlier in the budget session, we started out and I asked this question from Asante about the target area, the first area back in 2018, which is like in the heart of the 2nd District, and it has not gotten any support from my understanding. And so then I referred to the data that had been collected about maybe addresses or what was done. and I was promised information. I still haven't gotten that information. I think you were at the meeting, but you weren't allowed to talk. He talked. And this is, a continuous thing that, I continue to be up against. I'm asking for information about things that are supposed to be going on, that are said to be happening. And I have never gotten any, and I have not gotten any evidence of anything that answers the question that's being asked. I don't know why I'm being ignored. I don't know what's going on. Is it like a memo, do not respond to Henry? Or do we just not have the information? And when I'm asking, they are natural questions. What happened? What's going on?
I have an email here that I sent to you in April of 2021.
I got that email.
defines the geography and some information about numbers.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And I asked you for more intimate information about that email because it didn't clarify what I was really asking you. So it was more information that I did request and I asked. And Mr. Santiago said that he would bring in that information, and to the current day, I have not received that information. I remember that email exchange, so we were on the phone at one point in time, and then we ended up on email. It was, I remember that. But I still don't have my information that I asked for.
So are you,
I'm not asking for anything at this point, because clearly no one wants to give me the information that I deserve. So again, this is just another showing of, dismissiveness of what happens for the people in Second District. And you will hear about it later on when we vote on the budget. It's unfair. You can't ignore an entire side of town because you choose not to do the work that's necessary. It's a slap in the face to the residents over in that area. And that's all the downtown, that's Monroe Park, it's just not the west side.
yes?
Did you
Hi,
want to respond?
Councilman. And again, our apologies if we haven't been clear, but again, we were waiting for this meeting to be able to share with you more details about the program. Could you clarify what is the information that you're asking about that we haven't provided so that we can make amends and provide it? I believe that Pam has shared with you even the addresses of the locations that have been repaired. So I just would want to understand what is it that we can do better to serve you.
So you want me to repeat what I just said? That's unfair.
No,
I don't have any more. I've given you all of that I have. You gave me confidence. Last time we had this conversation, I don't know, it was probably about 3 weeks ago at this point, that you were going to give us, or give me the information that I asked for. I have not gotten that information.
Mr. Davis, what is the question of what is?
I'm not asking the question anymore. I'm being asked to do double work when I'm not getting any output from these folks.
Okay, but they just asked you.
It's on the email.
They asked you.
They can refer to their email.
Okay, well, they asked for the question so that they can.
They
give
can
you an
refer
answer.
to the email, Ken.
All right.
Yeah, again, we provided the main causes of failures for the program. We've provided the numbers of properties that have been repaired and where the status are. We provided the list of the addresses. If there's further information that we need to provide, just let us know. We'll try to get it to you. At this point, it seems like if we misunderstood, I apologize, and we're happy to make amends. But I'm sorry if it causes burden, but I think that we tried to provide, especially for this session, the information that was requested.
Councilman Wright.
Thank you for the update, and I just want to say thank you because I've known a few people in the second district that had received some repairs, and it really helped. It was some elderly people, and over the years. And my second, I just wanted to comment on that. The second thing in question is the funding sources. What is the contribution between the federal and the city? Is it a 50-50?
No. Let's see here. The community development block grant total that we have been working with is $849,112. The city's contribution, or the contribution from the city that's non-federal was $1,150,000.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
Ms. Myers, I had a question. Oh, President White, did you have a question?
I don't know, I'm gonna wait till all the committee members.
I'm sorry, committee members. While they're waiting on their question, I'll ask my question. When we have money that's been left over, how, for instance, you said that there is somebody that came in, most of the time it's $30,000 is what they're spending. Is there any way for people to apply for maybe, for that person who needed an extra $10,000 to get their repairs done? Is there any recourse there to where if it comes out more than what the city normally gives out, is there any way that people can apply for something a little more?
That has not been the case in the way the program's been structured, from the perspective that we have a set of guidelines, everybody applies under those guidelines, and I think one of the things to recall here is that with the federal dollars starting this program first, not that all programs shouldn't have forms of consistency, but their consistency requirements are that every applicant get offered the same. So we have not done that, but what we have done over the years is that, we used to have a $20,000 maximum. We recently moved that to $30,000. But that doesn't mean that we can't revisit the issue of what we're finding, especially in terms of the current situation with supply costs and other things increasing, and how do we address that? I think there does come a time where we have to consider, what is the absolute maximum that we would put into an individual's home in terms of a grant, because there are some points at which you might not, that may not be a financial stewardship decision also needs to be made in terms of that. But we can look at things like that going forward.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I had one more question.
Yep.
The 25 years of service is great for us to be having. We have to apply for that every year for federal dollars?
No, this is part of the federal allocation that comes to the city on an annual basis. And what we have done is include this home repair program as one of the programs that we would recommend as funded. And that has occurred, as I said, actually, I think it's probably closer to 30 years.
Wow.
But I wanted to go back and check before I said 30. I'm pretty sure it's 25 plus.
And does the geography switch at all, or has it been constant?
It has been citywide until this particular geography.
Good, thank you.
Councilman Hannah?
Thank you. Pam, thanks for the presentation. Could you give us a little more information on the UEA and their role?
Sure. The Enterprise Association is a nonprofit entity. It is created by statute, and it was, let me step back. It was created in 1983 by statute to administer the Enterprise Zone program. Again, a program that goes back 30-plus years. I'm really aging myself standing here. But, and its main focus at that point was to administer the Enterprise Zone program. The Enterprise Zone program had a particular geography. Within that geography, there were businesses that could take advantage of tax benefits. When they took advantage of those tax benefits, they paid a percentage back to the local association. This was a statewide competitive application program. South Bend was one of the first 6 zones in the state of Indiana. If you fast forward to now, we are probably one of the 10 or 12 zones left in the state of Indiana. The program has really run its course over time. But many of the UEAs, just like South Bend's, chose to do some sort of development project in their zone. When they were interested in developing the Sample Street Business Complex, which is a multi-tenant facility on Sample Street, the UEA became a nonprofit, a 501c3, and received IRS designation. As part of that and the change in their bylaws, we included that the UEA would be, one of their purposes would be to serve the city as a partner going forward for a variety of different programs and activities that were charitable, educational, et cetera. So the UEA has been used in a number of ways over the years as a fiscal agent. We were a fiscal agent originally when the Park Foundation was being created and was setting up to get their 501c3. And once they were, they handled their financial management themselves. We have assisted with the CDFI-friendly organization. We're doing the same thing for them right now. We are a fiscal agent and the grant tour, if you will, for the commercial corridor programs on all of the commercial corridors. And we are the grantor for the city's home repair funds. I'm trying to think if I'm forgetting anything else that we're currently involved in. But we contract with the city. It's the city's program. City develops the home repair program, just like the commercial corridor program. And what we are doing is being the grantor, signing a grant agreement, and making payments on behalf of that either homeowner or business owner related to that program.
Thank you. And just one more question. You mentioned one of the reasons for people being denied is tax delinquent, and I understand that. But the other side of my brain tells me these are the very people that are in desperate need of this particular program. Is there any way of working, assisting, getting them back on track so that they qualify?
We have not entered into that kind of discussion with a homeowner. That's not to say that we can't, but we ourselves would have no resources to offer them to make that payment, but we can certainly offer, for example, discussion with housing counseling, if that, respectfully, if that could help them in that kind of scenario. But other than that, I don't think we've entered into any other kind of conversation at this point.
We have recently started, as part of some of the other packages that the council has approved, including the customer assistance program with the utility. We've been working with the Department of Innovation and Technology to start making sure that we're offering all of the different services that low-income resident might qualify for. So we're looking at sharing some of that information to make sure that they can avail of all of the opportunities that can help them get set up. But that's kind of a new thing that we're hoping to start.
Thank you very much.
All right, is there anyone, we have a citizen member, Bobby Milligan. Oh,
Yes.
well,
Is someone else going to
Thank you,
speak
Chair.
first?
Okay.
The question, thank you for being here today and being available to answer our questions. I was thinking about the number of applications received. Ms. Meyer, would you mind pulling that back
Sure.
up? And so 139, if I
Yep.
recall correctly. How does that fare to you in terms of numbers of applications received? It's the same amount last year and this year.
Well, I would say that this is the number of applications since our application timeframe for this particular geography. So previous to that, we would get, if it was citywide, our experience has been that we received way more applications than we could ever fund.
Okay.
Now, I don't know that we've ever done a look at what's 139 out of the number of households in this geography and trying to figure out who's a homeowner, who's a renter, that kind of thing. We have
Okay.
not done that.
Thank you. I appreciate you sharing that you citywide have received far more applications than we've been able to fund. And so with that, I just want to state how important it is, the ARP dollars that we propose to provide to the home repair assistance program, and how imperative that is. That was an important priority of mine. Thank you.
Pam, and again, I thank you for your presentation. I want to make sure that the comparison is from the time period of August 2020 up until now, 2021, based on the slide that you have
Yes.
before you.
Mhm.
And for 14 months, because of COVID, we have not been able to address those original requests. And so now, as we look moving forward, as we look in the 2022 budget, we're actually looking at expanding that, but we still will make sure that the ones that have not been addressed, that they will be addressed moving
Yeah.
forward.
Yes, that number 40 are the ones left of the 139 to be inspected and, move through the process.
forward.
So there is enough funding to do that, and that's what we're currently doing when we started inspections in July. We're continuing that. But any additional resources that might come through ARP or other city allocations that are approved would start anew and would create a whole new pot of resources for people.
And then the reason why we are expanding that to move beyond the targeted is that based on the applications that have been received, or even the inquiries, there were others within other citywide, they were asking for support in terms of home care program.
Yes, there's always been inquiries about this program. We've never had issues with people filling out applications or wanting to submit applications. It's just that inquiries come from everywhere in the community.
We had our Citizens Committee member, Bobby Milliken, who wanted to ask a question.
Hi. So I just want to say first off, thank you very much. But this is my first meeting, my first committee meeting here that I've been able to attend. And I do have a quick question. So when you're comparing August 30th, 2021 here to August 24th, 2020, is it a whole year period, and in each of the timeframes you had 139 applications? Is that what I'm understanding? I guess I heard you say that you have more applications than you can manage, or that you can ever meet, right, for the service?
Well, I said that citywide, when the program has been offered citywide, we
Okay.
had way more applications than we could address with the resources that were available. To answer your first question, no, this 139 is the number of applications we have received from this geography. So the August 24th, 2020 just tells you the status of that 139 at that time. And then for 2021 shows you the current status of those numbers.
Oh, okay,
Okay.
thank you. Yes, and I'm wondering, so this is just like a citizen question. How do people find out about this service being available? Because I'm wondering if sometimes, I know that you said that there are lots of applications for assistance, but are we making sure that the people who need the service are aware of it? I guess that would be a question, like, is it because people get called for code enforcement and that's how they end up learning about the program? That's kind of what I'm wondering.
Okay. I would say in this targeted geography, when we determined that it was going to be in a specific geography, we were assisted by our colleagues in our department from the engagement team. And I know they did door-to-door campaigns and door hangers. We have had city website information. We've done social media information. Yes, code, if you have an issue at code, they have information about the program and can refer the individuals either to the program and or upstairs to our offices. So we've done a number of things related to the targeted geography.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Is there any?
I was just going to add that precisely that connection between code enforcement being aware of the issues and the programs being available through what used to be neighborhood development is the reason why the mayor proposed combining code and DCI to be able to make sure that as we become aware of issues, we're able to pair them with the solutions. And I believe that one of the properties that would have normally gone through the code enforcement process is a participant now. And again, it's just the beginning, just one, but it's the beginning of a resident that no longer has to go through the punitive route because they have the resources to fix their property.
Great, thanks.
Are there any people from the public that would like to ask any questions?
Actually, we have, in the virtual public, we have Jordan Geiger, who has a question. Jordan, if you would unmute yourself and state your name and address for the record, please.
Yeah, thank you. Jordan Geiger, 424 South Michigan Street, Unit 660. So in 2017, this program was proposed, and when we initially started talking about this as part of a larger housing development plan, there were 13 impact areas, and then due to the funding issues, we had to narrow it down to 4 areas. And so my question is, how much of the funding that was available actually went to the original impact areas, those original 4 impact areas? And I ask that because those areas were selected specifically because they historically had not really received funding, and there was a grave need for home repair. So, for example, LaSalle Park area was considered as one of those 4 impact areas. So that was a question that I've been raising, we've been raising for weeks, is how much of that funding went, because the program was funded in 2018. So 2018, 2019, the program ran. What happened in 2 years? I mean, I hear what you're saying about the pandemic, but there's still 2 years prior to the pandemic when it was in operation. So can you speak to that?
I'm, cannot speak to impact areas because I'm not, unless I'm forgetting, and that could certainly be, I am not aware of any particular geography other than the geography that's on the map. So if there were sub-geographies in there, and you're asking how many went to each of those, we'd have to map them out or look at the addresses to get that sense.
Okay, so there was a map that you had sent me. I think this was in March.
Yeah.
And I think we've looked at this over the years. But there's a map that shows the entire area, and within it is a demarcation for a blue area, which was the original impact area. And those were, that was a target area for 2018 to 2020. And then it shows an expansion, which is an orange area, and that was for 2020 to 2021 funding. So I'm asking about that blue area.
Okay, I have the addresses, but I don't have it, I'm not sure we have it currently mapped, but we can certainly do that. But I would tell you that there were applications from the entire geography, so, can I tell you the exact number off the top of my head? No, I cannot.
Yeah, that's why I've been asking for these things in writing, because the document that I'm looking at, it's from August 21st, 2020. And it was a question that we had submitted in writing, and we received a written response back, which is great, right? Super helpful. So this is kind of what I've been asking for over the last few weeks. So we would have the answers to those questions and all of that. So yeah, if you can provide something in writing similar to what you did on August 21st of 2020, that'd be really helpful.
Okay, will do.
And in addition to that, and again, that was the purpose of this meeting, was to be able to share more information and to be able to clarify. And we're grateful to the chair to allow us for that. I will share a map that we can make available as well around the new geographies, because it's been asked from us as well. I will just close here. Wait 1 second. So this is a map of where you can see the existing service area. In light orange And the other areas in red are the areas that per the Department of Housing and Urban Development in the 1930s had been redlined. And as we mentioned, our intention is to be intentional about reversing the disparities that the federal government created. And our objective would be to use these, this wouldn't, the new areas that are in red, we would go back and check at the existing, these are maps that were created in the 1930s that use race as a basis for discrimination for housing that negatively impacted residents, but we want to reverse that, but we would want to update and look at some other areas that might be impacted by low household incomes currently. So as you can see, the proposal would be, for instance, to extend the existing service area further into LaSalle Park and whatnot. We can make this map available again. This is part of the request that we received from Councilman Davis to start showing some of the maps for this information.
Thank you, Santi. Because of the different time difference, I don't know how much more time I have left. I think I'm...
You're 5 over.
All right, so I need to wrap this up. So, is there anyone else?
You have another person from the public, Marilyn Gashaw. If you would unmute yourself and state your name and your address, please.
Yes, my name is Marilyn Gashaw, and I live at 2514 Kenwood, South Bend, Indiana. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay, great. This question is for Pam. First of all, Pam, I want to say thank you for the home repair program. It's probably one of the most important programs that I think the city offers to help stabilize low-income neighborhoods. So keep up the good work. My question is about one of the special programs you offered, and I think it was maybe last year, year before last, where you waived the income. Is there a possibility that that's going to be offered again this year?
Oh, thank you for raising that because I clearly left that out in my presentation. The federal dollars that we use require us to income qualify individuals if we're using those dollars to provide them a grant. The city dollars do not require us to do income qualification. So when you say we waived it, we didn't really waive it, but we had a different funding source that didn't require it. So the larger funding source is the source that does not require income qualifications.
So that's a program that's available
Yes,
to homeowners. And as well, I think that program also covered homes that were owned by landlords, if I'm not mistaken. Is it?
no, this has always only been an owner-occupied home.
Okay,
repair program.
okay.
Yeah.
But income is waived. That's good to know. And to the person that was asking, how do you, as a public member of the public, how do you find out about the programs? I would suggest that your neighbors are hooked up with their neighborhood associations. They are resources of what's going on with the city, what programs are offered by the city, and we're always looking for members.
All right, thank you very much. And at this point, any other comments from the council? Because we've gone over our time. So the neighborhood, residential neighborhoods is now closed, is now
Thank
adjourned.
you.
Thank you.
I just want to give Marilyn kudos for sneaking in that commercial there. It's very nice.
All right.
All right, I'd like to call to order zoning and annexation. Clerk Jones, would you please call the roll?
Yes. Committee Chair Hammond,
Present.
Committee Vice Chair Niskoski,
Present.
Committee Member Davis, Committee Member Lee,
Present.
Citizen Member Tyler Rouse. We have 4 present.
Thank you, Clerk Jones. Before us, we have bill number 113-21, and we have a presenter, Angela.
Good afternoon, Angela Smith, zoning administrator with offices located on the 14th floor of this building. Before you this afternoon and evening is a special exception request for 1710 North Turtle Creek Drive. Some of you may recognize these Apartments is something that's been around for a long time and has kind of lived its life within the city limits of South Bend. The petitioner is seeking a special exception for shared housing. Shared housing is a dwelling that has more than our definition of family. So many of you may know or understand that our definition of family is extremely strict and probably a little bit broken, that you cannot have more than 2 unrelated individuals in a unit. Student housing of this nature and stuff that we've allowed for downtown, this use was created prior to the 2020 zoning ordinance and expanded where it could be applied in the 2020 zoning ordinance, and this would allow for up to 4 individuals per unit. So no more than 2 per bedroom, no more than 4 per unit. So a 1-bedroom unit could still only have 2 people in it, but as you go up, you could get more people. So the existing Turtle Creek apartments have kind of lived their lifespan. They're at the end of their age here, have been around for many generations to enjoy, and probably time to move on to the next group. We have the petitioner is seeking to raise those, so demolish the existing structures and construct new student housing and residential adjacent just south of Vaness in the same footprint. This is going to come to you in 2 parts. Excuse me. When we advertised the petition, the applicant had left off the tax key number for 2 of the parcels. It's this lower region down here where building E is. So that'll actually have to come back to you again next month because it has to be properly advertised and go through the process, but it'll go back through the BZA next month. So we're really talking about the main parcel here. It's almost, I'll let the petitioner get into the details of how many units and everything. We were primarily looking at the use. They've presented a couple different layouts in order to address the zoning ordinance, especially along Vaness Street, because that's primarily where we're concerned about. And they did share a rendering of what these might look like and how they might impact the area. With all of this, and looking at the proposed use, the location of the facility, and the intent of that use within the district, this comes to you from the Board of Zoning Appeals with a favorable recommendation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
My first question that comes to mind is residency during the time that the demolition takes place and the rebuild. Any need for relocating, anything along those lines?
I'll let the petitioner kind of address how they might be handling that transition during construction. I believe that there's multiple properties here. I don't think that the current complex is fully occupied either.
Okay. Would the petitioner like to address the council?
Actually, I have some focus to pass on. Good afternoon, members of the council. My name is Stephen Studer. I'm a partner with the law firm McCreary DeVault with offices at 4101 Edison Lakes Parkway in Mishawaka, Indiana. I'm here this afternoon representing the petitioner as well as the contingent purchaser. The contingent purchaser is a company called Toll Brothers, and I'll touch upon them in a few minutes to give you a little more clarity about their role in this. If the special exception is approved, then the contingent purchaser, Toll Brothers, intends to purchase the property, demolish it in its entirety, and rebuild from scratch approximately a 400,000 square foot complex with 779 beds. The density, if you look at the very first page of the pamphlet I gave you, you'll see that we're looking at a density of 31 units per acre. This is a very large site. It's almost 10 and a half acre site. And that compares favorably to the 77 units that are at the Overlook, which is in the county. It complied with the city's comprehensive plan, and as the staff has reported, it received a favorable staff recommendation, as well as we had a public hearing on October 4th, and the Board of Zoning Appeals gave it a 5-0 favorable recommendation to the council. If it's demolished, we'll be installing instead townhomes, 1 studios, 1 and 4 bedroom units. And I will touch a little bit about Toll Brothers. Toll Brothers is a publicly traded company. They're a Fortune 500 company. For 6 years in a row, they've been named one of Fortune's most admired companies in the world. They have done similar projects of this nature. In tab 2 of your booklet, you'll see some photos of the current project, the current complex, which, as Angela's pointed out, has run its course. It is not fully occupied. If you had the opportunity to drive through there, you see some pretty bad shape. The current owners, which is not a state company, does not intend to put any more money into the program or into the project, and so they want to sell it. And so our client, again, has done projects of similar projects like this. For instance, at Penn State, they did a similar project, and they spent $122 million. At University of Maryland, they did a $152 million project, and this project would be similar size. This is going to be a very, very expensive project. And it would be approximately $100 million by the time they're all said and done. And so with respect to, and you'll also see that at tab 2, there's not only pictures of the current project, but if you go back a page or two, you'll see representative photos of the types of projects they build. These are state-of-the-art, high-end amenities for students, but it's not only student housing. This will be open to everyone. Under the Fair Housing Act, it's not limited to Notre Dame students or Holy Cross students or IUSB, but it will be open to everyone. But we do intend, candidly, to attract students. That's when you're at university. This is the very first project Toll Brothers in the state of Indiana. They've chosen the city of South Bend, and they've chosen Notre Dame to try to initiate a project here. At the very end of that, and I think it was already on the screen, you'll see there's a representation, an early artist rendering of what it will look like. So it's going to be completely redone and demolished. During the demolition, we expect about a year between demolition and construction, so this will be opening up, we hope, in 2022 if the project goes forward. So we're going to lose a year, but it's not fully occupied at this point in time. So those students will be able to find other housing. We're pretty certain of that. We're excited about this project. We're excited for the city of South Bend. It meets all the criteria of a special exception. The current use, by the way, also is being used, but they're grandfathered in, so there are already more than 2 students per unit living in this complex. Because they were grandfathered before the ordinance, that's never been changed. Our position is that since we're going to be demolishing this, we want to bring it into code, and that's why we're seeking, and that's the only exception we're seeking, is the shared use exception to make it viable for the developer. I'm happy to answer any questions. You see there's a site plan in the back, which has already been on the screen. We're getting 2 configurations. It's about 400,000 square feet of new construction. It's probably the largest multifamily housing project we've had in the city of South Bend, certainly since I've been around, some 20 plus years. So we're excited about the project. We're working with our neighbors, and we'll continue to work with them not only during the demolition process, but also during the building process. And we're engaged with other members of the community to talk about needs and wants and how we fill these rooms.
Thank you. And based on the rendering, we're looking at a 3-story?
So these are 3-story units. There is a garage unit. So talking with the staff, there's a lot of wasted parking space, and by the way, students don't use one-for-one. We've done studies, and at the Overlook and other projects we've been involved with, there's fewer than 1 car per unit. So this allows for, I think, 0.75 cars per unit, but rather than have a lot of open space parking, we're building a parking garage, which, as you can understand, also is an expensive endeavor. So some of these buildings will surround a 3.5-story parking garage, which also, given Indiana winters, a lot of people don't use their cars sometimes for a week at a time. It's another amenity for the students to be able to park in parking garage rather than be out on surface parking. But they can certainly have total access to the other units, the townhomes, et cetera. We expect graduate students, young families, et cetera, to be taking some of these units as well.
Wonderful. Committee members, any questions?
I'd just like to say I've spent a lot of time over there in those Turtle Apartments, and it's good to see that they're going to be doing something different there. So,
Okay, council members, questions? Thanks. Councilwoman Tomas Morgan.
Thank you, Chair. Just for clarification, is Toll Brothers managing the complex as well?
Yes, yes, they actually build and manage the complex, right? These are long-term investors, so they're not build and sell. They hold on to these units, they invest in them, they get out other investors with them. They're about an $11 billion company. We're very pleased that they decided to come to Indiana for the first time. And so they will build and manage the project.
And are you able to estimate about how many new jobs might be created with that management happening here?
I don't know how many new jobs in terms of management, but I can tell you there'll be hundreds of new construction jobs during the process, because when you demolish a site 10.5 acres, and again, if you haven't had I'll call it an opportunity to drive through the complex, it's going to be a massive project to tear this down and to be built from scratch. So there'll be a lot of construction jobs, and they'll be using local contractors as far as we can tell. They've asked for local contractor names, and again, since they've been, as I said, Fortune Magazine has named 6 years in a row one of the world's most admired companies. So they do things right, and we're really pleased to be representing them and to have them here in our community.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Lee?
I know that you said how much the project will end up being, and I couldn't hear exactly the dollar amount.
We don't have an exact dollar amount, but the similar projects have been ranged from $122 million to $155 million. So this is a little bit smaller project, but it's a large site, and so they're estimating probably, what's that, 9 figures, $100 million, more or less, when all said and done.
And then I have to ask this question, will you be using, I think you said local contractors, but also making sure that we're using union people?
Why I would expect to. I've done a lot of projects over my years, and I've never had a project that doesn't have some union labor involved. You cannot complete a project without labor union, so.
I beat Sheila to the punch on that.
Councilman Davis?
Yeah, I just have a comment. It's not a question. I just want to congratulate on such a good project. I think the project is awesome. I looked through the presentation book that you gave me. I think it's nice. If I was still in college, if I still was a bachelor, I totally would try to get inside of one of those spaces. But if the company is interested in building more here, tell them we need some support on the west side of the river as well. So let them know that we are open for development as well.
I'll make sure I do that.
Great idea, great idea.
I'll make sure I do that, Councilman Davis.
Okay, if there are no more questions from council, I'll go to public. Are there any questions for the petitioner from the public?
We have Tiana that has a question. Tiana, if you would unmute yourself and state your name and your address for the record, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, do I need to start over?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Tiana Batiste Waddell, 904 Thomas Street. It's not a question, it's just a concern. Is that okay?
Absolutely.
Okay, I was just making sure because you said question. Unfortunately, I think this is unacceptable. I think it's pretty sad and blatant disrespect that all this work went into putting together Turtle Creek for more Notre Dame collaboration. And we can't even get this on the west side of the river. This is unacceptable, and I'm not in favor of it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else from the public?
That exhausts our list from the public.
Thank you, Clerk Jones. Okay, back to council. Any statements? Councilman
Question,
Moore?
Angela. So the special exception for shared housing, I guess it's already shared housing. So my initial thought when I saw this was, why do we have to vote on it if the property already has that designation?
So once you tear the project down, you essentially have to start over and bring the project up to code. So it's luckily, prior to this, we wouldn't have even had this option prior to the current ordinance, because the shared housing use was limited to downtown. This is one of the reasons we expanded it to be a special exception in the multifamily districts, because there are other areas other than downtown where this type of housing makes sense and helps. By allowing this type of density, it helps save some of our neighborhoods by keeping the students in a complex, or the density in a complex where it belongs and not scattered throughout the neighborhood.
Yep. Thank you.
Wonderful point. after we'd had the conversation with the neighbors around the party events taking place with college students in the neighborhoods. So, yeah. Okay, if there's no other statements or questions from council, what is the pleasure of the committee on Bill 113-21?
I make a motion that we move for passage and send it to the committee of the whole with a favorable recommendation.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second. Clerk Jones, could you please take the roll?
Committee Vice Chair Niskoski.
Aye.
Committee Member Davis. Committee Member Lee.
Aye.
Committee Chair Hammond.
Aye.
4 ayes.
Wonderful. We'll be sending Bill 113-21 to the Committee of the Whole with a favorable recommendation. And with that, I will adjourn zoning and annexation, and I will call to order community relations. Clerk Jones, could we get a roll call for community relations, please?
Chair, it says 5:40 on the paper.
It was 5:15. They changed some of the times. I'm sorry. That was not made public. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
I'm sorry. Go ahead then.
Committee Chair Hammond.
Present.
Committee Member Warner. Committee Member Wax.
Present.
Committee Vice Chair Davis.
Present.
Citizen Member Laquita Hughes. Citizen Member Drew Duncan. Right now, we have 3 present.
That's fine, we won't be voting on anything. This afternoon, we have a presentation from Public Works. The director, Eric Horvath, is going to give us an update. Just to give a little background on this, Mr. Horvath and I have been going back and forth for a couple weeks regarding streetlights on major thoroughfares, multiple streetlights within neighborhoods that have been out. He reportedly, as we spoke, had a meeting with the power company who is in charge of those streetlights and met with them on Friday. So if we could hear an update on that. The concern primarily is about safety. I reported to Mr. Horvath that in a rather small stretch of Lincoln Way East, there were in excess of 42 streetlights out, and that creates some pretty dangerous situations. So I'm looking forward to the update. Mr. Horvath.
Thank you, Councilmember Hammond. Eric Horvath, Public Works Director with office on the 13th floor of this building. Wanted to present to you today what to do when there's a streetlight outage, and also maybe explain the situation on Lincoln Way East, as well as introduce you to a representative from AEP who's with us here today as a community affairs person with AEP. Just recently taking on that role and wanted to come meet the council members and say hi. So first off, let me address Councilmember Hammond's concern with the lights on Lincoln Way East, and I appreciate you pointing those out to us. Sometimes these things seem like they should be pretty straightforward, and it's as simple as replacing a bulb. In this particular case, this is on a state highway, and what happened was there was a washout that occurred when they had a storm event that took out a structure as well as a light and ended up severing the power to a series of lights. And a lot of times when you see a string of lights out, it's usually because they don't have power, and then there's something more going on there. The issue is sometimes it can be a fairly straightforward fix. Other times, not so straightforward. So the fact that this involves a state highway does require state permitting, which is something they're going through currently. But AEP has committed to fixing these lights. the way they're going to do it is, because that structure isn't going to be replaced till later this year, and they're going to go ahead and they're going to run 2 new lines on the north and south so that they can attach the existing lights and try to light them up, and then they'll dead end it. The one light that's been washed out obviously won't be in operation until the state fix the washout that happened. But they are going to address that. That will be addressed. Next week, they'll be working on it. I've got the state permits in order so that they can start on that work. So I share that with you just to understand sometimes it is more than it seems. A lot of times it takes some patience because it doesn't seem like it should be that difficult to fix a light, but it isn't always as simple as replacing a bulb. But sometimes it is. And I wanted to share just a couple things with the council members so that on a moving forward basis, if there are concerns and requests that need to happen, probably the easiest way is to call 311 because they do monitor that. And we own about 3,000 lights in the city. We've got mostly the decorative lights that you'll see, and those would be the city's responsibility to repair if there's something wrong with them. And then AP has about 9,000 lights in the city. 311 will figure out which light that is and then can notify either AP or the city and can track those requests. But there's also an online, I put in the link on the Teams, a link to streetlight outage report, and that's an AP link, so you can also do it through there. It asks for some information. It's helpful if you can get a pole number, but if you can't, that's never an issue if you just locate the pole well enough, like if you can say on such and such corner, right in front of such and such building or business or something like that. And then those requests are monitored and will be repaired. So I'm happy to take any questions, but I also wanted to introduce Mona Livingston. Mona is new to her role as Community Affairs Director with AEP, and I can pass on her information as well. So if there are ongoing requests that we feel like need to have a heightened level of interest in being addressed, then we can always reach out to Mona and try to make sure that they understand the urgency behind the request.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Do you want to talk to the council? Sure. Just state your name and address, please.
My name is Mona Livingston, and my address is 25617 Windsor Drive, Edwardsburg, Michigan. I have taken this role, and this is week 3 for me, so I'm fairly new. I did get a little update. Yes, the light pole that Eric was talking about is going to be repaired next week, or they're going to start working on that process next week. And moving forward, I'll be your contact person in case there are some issues that are not being resolved that you need to connect with. And thank you for allowing me this opportunity.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to meet you.
And I will send an email out to the council with Mona's contact information as well as the link to the street light outage.
Okay, that's good news that we can give approximates, because when you're on the thoroughfares, to get those pole numbers is kind of difficult.
Absolutely understand. Yep.
Yeah, that's a lot to be able to do when you're in a moving vehicle.
Yep.
Council members, Councilman Davis.
Yeah, you know, I get that lights go out. I get that systems itself need to be updated. I get all of that. I think the frustration comes in, at least for me and the people that I represent, is the fact that when these things do happen, it's not the notice, it's the fact that I have to notify the very people that I'm paying to ensure the service is available. And so now I have to not only coach, I'm talking about Henry now, I have to coach someone on how to take down a number off of the plate on the pole, but then I also have to coach them on who they need to call in order to get it done. And then if it falls back on Henry, then I have to like send it to Shalyn Davis in the mayor's office, and I hope to God that it gets taken care of. could you imagine the level of frustration that is on my end and also with the constituents and the residents, the taxpayer? My question is there any better way of figuring out how to get these things addressed? Do we need to have a second shift at code enforcement that actually monitors areas in the city that where the lights may go out at? These are questions that I wish we could have had the opportunity to ask during the budget sessions, because these are things that enhance the quality of life for the people that I represent. And it's almost natural questions about where I live and why are the lights out, and who's responsible for making sure those lights, stay on or come back on when they fail. So I'm just really interested in a better system than the resident having to take time out of their day, and hopefully they can catch up with the council person or who someone at 311 that's going to be interested in taking down information, and hopefully the light comes back on within the next 48 hours or a week. I think that we can do better.
Is there an inspection process that takes place?
No, so the issue that we have is with the HPS lights and their life, and having 9,000 of them in the city, and when you count the city ones, it's more than that. You have between 30 and 40 lights that are going to go out every week. That's just given, the average life cycle of those lights. So it is an ongoing issue that you're going to continue to have lights go out when you have that many lights to take care of. And so there are ways to address that. One would be smart lights. They're going to be significantly more expensive. Those could communicate to us when they're out. But the tariffs that we'll be paying if we go to a system like that will be considerably more than what we're paying now. Another way is to have somebody drive the streets every night, but you literally would hire a full-time person to be driving the street every night, because if you have 30 to 40 go out every week, you would have to find out where those are located in the city. And so I understand that you don't want it to be difficult for the residents to be able to report streetlights. But what I'm telling you is the easiest way to do it, and the way that we would recommend, is to use 311. It's as simple as calling 311 on your cell phone when you drive by a streetlight that's out, and letting them know, or marking it down, calling them the next day, and letting them know where that light was and that it was out, and they will go ahead and put in a work order either to the city or to AP, and that work will be done. When they do that, like all of our 311 requests, we track the times, and there are service level agreements there that are expected to be met. And so if it's a standard bulb out, there'll be a certain amount of time that should be repaired in. If it's something more significant that takes additional revenue or some other special circumstance, and obviously that'll take more time, and we'll have to communicate that back to the party that's doing the request. But I hear you, Henry, but I think the best way to do it, honestly, is having our residents or council members or my staff or police officers, anyone who's out at night, report them to 311 so we can keep the lights on.
And maybe there's an incentive program with the police department. I'm just trying to be creative in this, right? Because I think we're asking our residents to do too much. And so they pay taxes, they pay for services, and then we tell them that you still have to work and do the job that we think that we thought we were paying the city to do. So I guess maybe there's an incentive program that enlists folks who are out at night from the city. It could be street department, it could be sewer, it could be police, it could be firefighter. And the incentive program gives them, I guess, movie tickets or anything at the end of the month if they are able to define or push in a button that shows a street light that's out somewhere in South Bend, Indiana. I mean, we have to be creative in our approach. I don't believe and think that I need to keep asking residents to do more, and then it ultimately falls back on me to do more because they don't know what to do. When we have people who are trained and skilled enough who already are on payroll that can do the job. I think it's simple. I really believe that it's simple. I'm sure that they never can go into a drawing at the end of the month, and then they can shake the basket up and pull a name out the hat, and somebody gets some tickets to Papavinos or something. Look, I don't know. I just think that we have the ability to do something that could potentially be very helpful in ensuring the people of South Bend that we are actually working for them.
And could you just give a brief overview of the transition to the new lighting that's coming?
Sure. And that surely helps because LEDs will have a longer life cycle than the current HPSs do, so the bulbs will go out less frequently. So we're working with AAP right now, and then we've also put additional appropriation requests into the council as part of the ARP funding for $200,000 for next year to switch some of the city lights to LEDs. But the work with AAP is an agreement that we have with them to switch out all of our lights in the city next year. They'll start that work in the spring, and I believe it's supposed to be completed by the summer, and they'll have all 9,000 lights switch over to LEDs.
And the assumption is those have a 10-year lifespan, and then the whole system will be changed over at the same time. Is that correct in my understanding?
Yeah, so they do have a 10-year life cycle, and so yes, I would assume that they're probably going to do a wholesale switch out in whatever year they start failing. Yeah.
Okay, so that may solve some of our issues
Yeah.
right there. Yes.
I just want to thank you, Mr. Horvath, for coming in and giving your presentation. I know that when I've had issues with lights in our area, when I engaged them and sent the email, they got right on it, and it wasn't a frustrating process. So I want to thank you for that, and the residents of the First District appreciate it.
Thank you.
Any other council members? I just want to say one last thing. I do think it is partially, and I know this is going to frustrate you, Councilman Davis, but it is partially our job as council members to kind of retrain the residents on the 311 system. It's put in place to try and make it easier, and I understand. I've
been here for over a decade, and you're telling me that I have to really learn what I do and have been doing for over a decade. Unfair. Just like his comment was unfair. He hasn't been frustrated. I'm frustrated. So it shouldn't matter whether you're frustrated or not. I'm frustrated.
No, I get that.
And so that shouldn't trigger somebody's response to say, well, it's because Henry's frustrated, I'm going to prove that I'm not, and their system is working for me. It's not working for me. I don't take the time out, but I don't take the time out to tell you what you're saying is wrong.
All I can talk about is my experience.
But you don't have to do it behind
No,
what I just
okay.
said.
I wasn't doing it.
It's okay. I was just
expressing
saying that
as a council
the
person,
sooner the
my experience
residents
and how
are
it works.
comfortable with 311, the better we're all going to be. It's a system that addresses everything from trash cans to streetlights to, so it is partially our role to get them. And it's data-driven, which is really important. Any other council members? Anyone from the public have any questions for Mr. Horvath?
Chair,
Yes,
may I ask a question?
absolutely.
Mr. Horvath?
Hi.
Hi, I just wanted to see if there was an update on some lighting that was turned in for the third district specifically. There was a list that was submitted, and I just wanted to see if it was a status or if you could provide that information at another time.
I will. Yeah, because I apologize. I do not know the status of that, but I will get you that status tomorrow.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And I do see a hand up from the public. Clerk Jones?
Yes, we have Justice for Michiana. If you would unmute yourself and state your name and your address for the record, please.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, Bernardo Malone Sr., 4510 West Washington. And it's just a comment on the new lights that's coming. Just last night, I was in the 1100 block of Johnson around 11 p.m. And that block was so black, you couldn't even see if somebody was coming down the street walking. So I hope when these new lights come, it don't start downtown, nowhere, but where the crimes are happening, the violence are happening.
let's put these lights up first on the north side, over on Brookfield, Johnson, Bertrand. I do agree with Councilman Davis when he's just said he's frustrated. People like Justice for Michiana, Choices for Life, Save, everybody need to be on the same page where these crimes are happening. Let's put the lights up. There's no light. I personally have reached out to different councilmen about lights. Kelly Pub, a mass shooting. He went put up lights. The neighbors like too much light. More light, less violence, I believe. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Chair, I have one more question.
Yes.
Mr. Horvath, do you have also an update about the AEP City of South Bend consent decree regarding the lighting?
So I'm not sure I understand the question, the consent decree. I don't know that we have a consent decree. We do have an agreement with AEP on LEDs.
The federal funds that was approved between the AEP and the City of South Bend regarding the transition of the AEP lights over to LED?
Oh, okay. My apologies. I don't believe there's a consent decree on that, but there is an agreement between the city and AEP that went through, had to get approval through the IURC. And that agreement is what I was just talking about, that we're working together with AEP, and they're going to do a wholesale switch out of all of their street lights to LED lights starting next spring. So they've got to get the order in this winter, and they should have everything here and ready when the weather gets better, and they'll start installing immediately.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Wonderful. Any last comments or questions? We so appreciate you coming and giving us an update, and it was such a pleasure to meet you. Welcome to South Bend.
Thank you.
And with that, I will adjourn community relations.
I will go over now the agenda for our meeting this evening. Invocation will be given by Corey Lance. We'll have the Pledge of Allegiance, roll call. We will not have a report from subcommittee on minutes. We do not have any special business. Reports from city offices, the lab program, update from Pam Meyer. And this is an update that we would have had previously, but because we had a number of bills, we decided to have it under city offices. So council members will be able to ask 2 questions just for informational purposes at this time. Will resolve into the committee of the whole. Bill 11321 comes from ZNA with a favorable recommendation. Bill 11921, Personnel and Finance, favorable. Bill 12021, Personnel and Finance, favorable. Bill 12121 would have to be accepted as a sub. Personnel and Finance, no recommendation. Bill 122-21 will also need to be accepted as a sub. Personnel and Finance, favorable. Then we'll resolve into the, back to the full council with 3rd readings. We have no resolutions, and so we'll have bills for first reading. And the first bill is 12321. It will need to be sent to Personnel and Finance Committee meeting and public hearing full council for October the 25th, 2021. Bill 124 will need to be sent to Personnel and Finance Committee meeting and public hearing and full council for October the 25th, 2021. Bill 125-25 sent to the Z and A Committee and public hearing and full council for November the 8th, 2021. Bill 126-21. This would need to be sent to Personnel and Finance Committee meeting and public hearing and full council for October the 25th. I think we have received a sub for this bill.
Yes, yes.
And then we'll go to Bill 127. Will be sent to Personnel and Finance Committee and public hearing and full council for October the 25th. And this is also a substitute bill. And finally, Bill 128 will be sent to ZNA Committee for committee meeting and public hearing and full council for November the 8th, 2021.
President White,
Yes.
I understand that there's going to be a second sub filed for 118-21. The Committee of the Whole took no action on that bill last time, so that should be added to our agenda under Committee of the Whole for a recommendation from the Committee of the Whole to the full council on third reading.
I'm glad to get that clarity because that was my thought.
Mhm.
That it did not, if I'm not mistaken, I think it came out of the committee.
Came
with
out of the
no rec-
committee,
no
correct.
recommendation.
Correct.
Yes.
And it went to Committee of the Whole, and there was no motion made.
And so, council members, in terms of Bill 118-21, we'll have a second sub.
Yes.
And then it will be sent back to the Committee of the Whole
Correct.
for recommendation, and then it would come for third reading.
Correct.
That's 118-21. Would have, yes, we'll be receiving a second sub. Oh, that's, okay, thank you, council members, and I believe that there is, dinner available.
Won't say that. All of us said it was, hey, no. So then if you have a problem,
I'm gonna ask you, that's 118. What's back?
I don't appreciate it. So, today is the day for that. I'm tired of people like that.
Okay, what happened? Based on, we had done. That's what Karen Okay.
Wait, and when I called you about that, you was like, it ain't my job.
So now we just have.
in your district, I'm calling you because you're the rep, so that you can handle it. And you told me, and your response to me was, that ain't my job. So then, but as council people, that's what we do. We advocate. So maybe as a person just getting here, I can send an email and get lights turned on for people that's pitch black in the neighborhood. When you've been here forever, you could have done it. And you would. So when I say that my experience is not been that frustrating, that is my experience. And let them have my experience. Now whatever your experience is, that's what you because you do it all the time to everybody else. If somebody has a different opinion of yours, when I can get, it's so many examples. All I'm saying is this. And for you to be like, well, today, I'm just not in the mood for that. I'm not in the mood for it. And so, my experience, what I ask for, when I deal with people, I have to do some extra work, but it gets done. And I'm okay with that.
I didn't get an opportunity to say anything, but he wasn't telling the truth. He was reporting on me. I gave my information. When I said that stuff to you, they could start changing. This came back from what was up here. This is a year of the choice. And they said they're going to start getting all the burning out lights. There's only 9,000 next year. They got their radios. Well, next month. So let's see what's down there.
He said about the lights and the bulbs and the lights, and there's two different things with the lights being out. The question that I just asked was that the federal, yes, that put them over to LED. So I told them that was one point, they just said that they start in the spring. I said if there's any other lights that's out in the district, they can email, they can call us, they can call 911, and then we put it on the list, and yes, there are a lot of lights that they still haven't addressed, and that's what we keep on bringing up about.
I know. But I look here and I see $4,000 for buses on the west side. And then we got some for $100 million project. You know, they're not. And we can't get anything on the other side of the county.
And that's, they don't understand what we're doing. That's what I have. That's another
Well, this is here and this is there. But Jonathan's repeating. I don't question it.
If we can get it done, let's get it done. Let's get lights.
That's why I told you, I had to also get a hold
LED lights.
But the thing is, so
I've been telling you that forever.
they were supposed to put, they would go back and the lights either of those ones, they would start a shade.
Yep. Yep. That's what I've been asking for. You know, I've been asking that for. I didn't realize it was so much. That's it.
That was my intention.
By the way, they got more ratings, so you're saying that more people pursued. He stood there and said the truth. They didn't look up an expert.
I'm surprised you did. That's why I brought it up when I looked up and saw you again, and I was like, oh, wait a minute. I keep asking and keep asking. Where is the? That's what I've been asking forever. And that's why I keep saying, I need some back lights. Because I've been saying that forever. Have you seen that, Eli? Show Eli. Show Eli. That's what I've been saying for. But no, I don't know if you, I've been harping on that for a year.
Wait, and I'm gonna tell you what, you should be called back in here and show your director of sustainability. And they want to explain it. And why didn't anybody come in here to council? Why didn't anybody ask council, we're doing this? Why didn't they come in August and say, we went down and testified, and we helped them get a man agreement to change my life? He didn't tell the truth today.
I've been asking that for
I don't often come in here, but I'm hot because they ringed me 5 years ago. Now I can't get it tonight. You don't get it, Dan. You don't care about those lights. They go down this and they go down that. They go down Johnson Street, fix them. They go down Huey Street, fix them. They go down and take care of those lights. They can swap them out. You don't have to go 9,000 all at once. Unless you point it over.
Have I ever sent you the report that the police officer did? I didn't send it to the full council because he was doing it on his downtime, so I don't know, like, I wanted to know if man he did. But he went to every single light on the south side, did a report, read the whole number, and I turned them
Dime in the budget
to the mayor and the airport. These are all the lights out in the south now, and one light fixed. And that's been over 6 months. I've been telling you that forever. That's the same thing I said, if there's anybody reading that they had an agreement.
I want to leave you with just one little story. It's part of this. I come out with this, I said, the lights are all out. They're out right in front of the county city building. They were in these lights. Parker walks out with me, he goes, the lights are all out over there. I said, yeah, they're all in. What are you doing? It's downtown. Every corporate light, every light that has a wire going to it, every one of them is 80. Okay. How can you stand there and say 9,000 are going to be fixed? But what you do is bring AEP in and say, start fixing the lights that are out now. Well, she's been there for 3 weeks.
They finally found somebody to throw to us. It's like, oh, we gotta go.
I told her, we have it over here.
Lori, that's what she was when I told you, I believe you.
And you can read, you can go to that, and you can pull it all up. You can pull the whole, and I have to ask her a question. How can the administration, I don't think that he would do this, but how can we make an agreement like this for such an important thing without telling any of you anything?
Ain't said nothing. And I keep saying that it's a consent decree. He know damn well what I'm talking about. It is an agreement between A and I'm going to say it forever.
And they stood there and said, we don't want a rate increase. Because they don't even part of it. There's already put in there making it seem as though all this is going to be saved, all this money and everything else. There's such a restriction from living on the west side. You've seen it. going to do the streets. What are you gonna do with the building that needs to be torn out? What are you gonna do with all the policing on the west side of the street? Why it's hard there to do, it's hard. When you go north face it, when you go north Mount it's probably good you didn't have that here, because I would have ripped his ass apart. When you read that whole thing, you'll find out that you're not wrong. But you might, you might not understand, or they wouldn't let me get out. Let me get out. He had, there is, there is an incentive. They went through and helped them an increase a year ago when the director of sustainability went down under open testimony. Then he said, we will start retrofitting those lights. You burned out immediately.
Now, when does immediate, now here's my question, when does immediate,
Change 9,000 lights next summer. You give me everybody that's fixing Louisiana up here. 9,000, they change out 9,000 lights.
okay, you can't do it. That's just like the maintenance problem they got over there at the old Park Jefferson. They got 5 maintenance people can fix 750 units. That's impossible. That's exactly what I had explained to them. Yeah, I'm going to.
You got people sitting over here talking about hands on the west side, $30,000.
Yes.
And nobody's saying lumber and everything else is way up. It's costing much more. You can't do anything. And then you got somebody coming here and saying, guess what, guys? We're gonna spend $100 million.
He's not my favorite person in the first place.
$100
In dollars. That ticked me off. That he heard me when I was in his saying, I was like, what? Over the other side of the river, as you said, and I agree, because I'd have yelled it out, but I probably got kicked out. Okay. Here's the point to this. Okay, when does this stop? That's what I want to know. The system works.
You say you don't own it. You have 5 streets that are private.
Yes.
So how does the system work?
That's my
He just said it in his paper that they have another shot. You know, I'm not gonna tell you that we're shot. Lights there. Jesus, Mary, and Joseph.
It'll be less likely if that happens. See, yeah, the rectified situation. Okay, that's my whole point to it. Near West Side. And then when I was in the neighborhood street,
$333,000 in back taxes. When is the city
I'm getting tired of the west side abuse.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
West side abuse is this is sick. I did. I was there. I was there. I went down to Indianapolis to get one for her. I can tell you what the answers are.
we do. Thought we had to be-
Hi, James, how are you? Okay, Karen said that you wanted to talk to me about the technical procedural issues tonight. You don't need to do anything, it's all homework. When we had committee of the whole, I discussed 118. Nobody moved to send it on to third reading with a recommendation. So all we're going, well, the debate's, well, the public hearing is complete. So what we're going to do is, since we can amend the agenda later, we're going to amend the agenda in the committee of the whole to vote on a recommendation to go on to full council in third reading and then do third reading, whatever we go on. But the council can amend the agenda at any time as long as it's at a properly noticed meeting. So the meeting is noticed, and after that, your meeting did not come out, but we can change our own agenda. No, they did, just majority vote. Yeah, so. No, we're not suspending the rules or anything like that, we're just making it amendment to the agenda. It's essentially, yeah, it's the same thing as if somebody tables something in committee, then you have to amend the agenda at the committee of the whole because it's not perfect. So. Yeah, Alan is fine on it. So. No, we're not. Yeah, all the pieces should be in. We haven't seen the second sub yet, but, as soon as those get here, that's all your office has to do. It's simply a procedural. I don't know if it was a mistake or if people just got tired of arguing about it and didn't want to move on to something, whatever. But we'll take care of it. There won't be a problem. So now I can't guarantee that they're going to vote on it if they decide. Yeah, I know. Plus, we have 2 more weeks. I mean, why rush things? Right, but we will get a recommendation out of the committee of the whole at the very least. Okay? Okay, talk to you later. Bye. Mhm. Mhm. On everybody or community investment.
All the salary.
Okay.
Anything that's above and beyond the 2%.
Okay. Okay.
That's how we also somebody's on.
Okay. That won't be a problem. They'll just have to come back and file, if it passes, come back and file a substitute, and we'll pass it next meeting. So that's not an issue at all.
Perfect.
Mhm. I'm staying away. I don't want. I just. Stephen, how are you? Good, thanks. I can see that smile on your face because you're at the top of the list and don't have to wait till all the budget. Do that. Pardon? I think so. That would be nice. Well, which one is Campus Court? Behind the Dairy Queen? Okay, that used to be called Campus View. Yeah. Yeah, because I lived in Campus View when I was a senior. Yeah, because Turtle Creek was well established when I was a student. Does Notre Dame still have a policy of keeping everybody but seniors on campus? Okay. Yep. My dad never offered me that. My dad never offered me a nice place to live. So you must have been a couple of years in front of me because, okay, I graduated in 77. So it was like 7,500 when I graduated. Yep, I did too. You can't tell them anything that's helpful.
I wasn't sure we'd be first on the agenda.
Nope, you're number one.
Same presentation.
No earthly idea. I think I just figured out what it feels like to be in an earthquake.
Yeah, I do.
Yo, voodoo. Goodness, my goodness.
Well, when you do, let me know. Mhm. Was that thunder? Really? Oh, Did you make it home? Is your son okay? Yes.
Which it always does on our end of town. So they go in numerical order? Oh, go by the agenda.
But 118 is not on the agenda.
No, because 118.
Okay.
Okay. Nope, I talked to the mayor. He knows what's going on.
Yeah. On the at the beginning of the agenda. And then I would ask Bob to speak to us, because I don't know. And I would have to keep my phone on just in case. Yeah. With the TV is off, it's out, and we lose electricity. This is gone. Electricity goes out. I would like to call the Monday, October the 11th, 2021, Common Council meeting to order. Clerk Jones, I believe that you would like to add some comments regarding the link for this meeting and other expectations.
Good evening, members of the audience. For audio quality, we will be muting the mics of everyone that is in the virtual audience so that we can all hear one another well. And so we ask if you have any questions or you want to refer to any of the bills that are coming up, please note that in the chat. Note that with your name and your address, and you will be called on during the relevant time. If you also would like to make comments during privilege of the floor, again, please put your name and your address in a comment or in the chat box, and the council president will call on you during that time of the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Clerk Jones. I would like to share this statement in terms of disrespectful, rude, or disruptive speech or actions will not be tolerated. Such speech or actions, as well as any verbal attack on any person, may result in the individual who's speaking that they will forfeit the remaining of his or her allotted time. At this time, our invocation will be given by Corey Lance, founder of Transformation Ministries. You may come to the podium. Or is he joining us virtually?
I'm looking to see if he's virtual. Have you not seen him in the meeting yet?
Well, in terms of being able to move forward, I'm going to ask First District Councilman Kenneth Lee to lead us and to share with us the invocation.
Bow your heads, dear gracious Heavenly Father. We thank you for this opportunity to come and to do the business of the city. We ask that your hand would be upon every item that we're going to vote on. We pray, God, that everything that's being presented would be an asset and a blessing to our community. Lord, we even look over our neighborhoods right now, and we ask, God, that you would allow peace and virtue to flow throughout our cities. We pray for the families that have been impacted by violence and for the young people who are mourning and their hearts are hurting. So, Lord, we just ask today that as we begin to work, that you would help our city work together, from the mayor's office down to the janitors that clean up the building. We pray, God, that you would bring us together so that we can do the work of the people and so that your kingdom can be advanced through our decisions and through the work that we do. We ask that you would help us to understand one another, help us to tolerate one another, and help us to be able to communicate. All of these things we ask in your Son Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Councilman Lee. Will now stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Clerk Jones, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Davis? Councilmember Lee?
Present.
Councilmember Warner?
Here.
Councilmember Wax? Present. Councilmember Niskowski?
Present.
Councilmember Thomas Morgan?
Here.
Councilmember Hammond?
Present.
Vice President McBride? Present. President White?
Present.
9 present.
Thank you. And we will not have a report from the subcommittee on minutes, and there is no special business. We will have a report from city offices at this time. We'll have an update on the lead program, and that will be shared by Pam Meyer, who is the Director of Neighborhoods for the Department of Community Investment. Council members, you'll have opportunity to ask 2 questions, and that, again, this is just an update, and this presentation was scheduled previously, but due to the fullness of our agenda that we've been having, that we felt that this would be the best time to give that update. So at this time, I turn it over to Mrs. Meyer.
Thank you. Pam Meyer, Director of Neighborhoods with offices on the 14th floor of this building. I am only doing a very brief background and going to turn it over to Liz, but we wanted to do an update on our lead grants program, if you will, and just a little bit of background so that people may be familiar that this opportunity for lead started with a grant from the Indiana Housing and Community Development Authority, which was the state of Indiana's office. And that happened in 2018. We later received an award from the Office of Lead Hazard Control and Healthy Homes, which is out of the Department of Housing and Urban Development, which is a second grant to the city. We hired a first program manager in January of 2019. We signed a grant agreement with the federal government for our federal grant in March of 2019. We did numerous outreach efforts with the school corporation, with the Department of Health, with the Near Northwest Neighborhood, the Lead Affinity Group, with council members who assisted with some of that. And we want to talk just a little bit about some of the early challenges that were not at all unique to South Bend, because the state grant that we received was also received by other cities in the state of Indiana. The state grant had a different process, so externally, I think it caused some confusion, because the state had a pre-application process that required people to submit to us. We then sent that downstate. The state reviewed the applications, and then they referred them to various communities and agencies, and those may or may not have come back to the city of South Bend. We also had some internal grant management requirements that were different between the state and the federal grant. So we worked through a number of requirements for contractor solicitation and procurement. We have all talked about, and I think part of the council's assistance to us in terms of their PR campaign, is that the awareness of lead as a health concern is something that we have a challenge with. We also then had COVID, March 2020. Again, 14 months of no inspections and not going into anyone's homes. We initially had a certified contractor capacity. I don't necessarily think we have that now, but we may have a nuance of that, which Liz will share with you. And again, the cost and supply chain issues are playing into all of this. But in July of 21, when Liz transitioned into what was my former position, Director of Neighborhood Development, she took over the management of the lead programs. And having said that, I think we've turned a corner. She has information to share with you and some very positive news as well.
Liz Meredith, Director of Neighborhood Development with offices on the 14th floor of this building. As Pam mentioned, I think we do have some positive momentum that's occurring now with the lead grant, but still some existing challenges. First is we were able to fill the staff position that had been vacant for some time, August 2nd. She has been onboarded and is learning the processes, reaching out to applicants, helping to do outreach and engage people around the lead grant. So that's been a very positive thing that's occurred. In addition, just the lead grant in itself is a pretty complex process with lots of moving parts related to it. And it really begins with things like outreach. So we've been pushing, especially after kind of some of the COVID restrictions have been loosened a bit, to try to get more awareness around this. So staff has attended at least 7 events that were in person this year. There have been a number of other events that we maybe not have attended, but we have community partners that were there providing lead grant information to the community. We're distributing information about the grant through neighborhood newsletters and other materials to help get the information out to neighborhood associations and residents. And we also have a number of partner organizations that we've been working with throughout the lead grant to help get information out there and to increase the pipeline of applicants. So in particular, like the health department, they have a number of lead screening events that they restarted, but have since slowed down a bit just because of the rising numbers of COVID again, where they were handing out information to people when they were getting screened. If there was a child that had elevated levels, providing them with information about the lead grant. They have community health workers on staff that are focused on lead, so when they're going and talking to households where there is a child with elevated blood lead levels, providing them information about the grant. Again, the Near Northwest Neighborhood has been involved with outreach and awareness, so they've been doing a series of events. They promote things within their newsletter, their listserv. They do door-to-door outreach and engagement with residents, in particular Census Tract 6, which has some of the highest percentage or numbers of children with elevated blood lead levels. Also partnering with Notre Dame Lead Innovation Team. They have a lead screening kit that they're distributing for people to be able to do self-testing in their home. And they have referrals, so as part of the results that people get back, there is information about the lead grant, so if people have their home testing positive, they're able to know that that is a resource that's available to them. They also worked on an event called Mulch Madness that they've had a couple of years, and this year it was in Monroe Park, and they went and spoke with neighbors as part of that, and went door to door and did do some screening of neighbors to see if anybody was eligible or interested in the lead grant, and provided people with applications and information about the program. Also, partnering with our engagement and economic empowerment team within DCI. They have materials that they can make available at community events. They share with neighborhood associations through their regular monthly newsletter, which reaches, I believe, around 200 individuals associated with neighborhoods throughout the community. And of course, as Pam mentioned, Council also has been a great partner with some of the outreach that we've done, the PSAs that you have developed, and some of that just lead awareness and outreach efforts that many of you have undertaken yourselves. Another effort that the city has undertaken is we're partnering with an organization called Behavioral Insights Team. They are an organization that uses behavioral science to understand how and why people make decisions and do things or don't do things. And through that partnership, they've shared or they've learned through some of the research and conversations, and it's similar to conversations that Pam and I have had with communities in Indiana, as well as other just HUD grant recipients for the lead grant, that the challenges that we're having are not uncommon, that many other communities are having challenges getting the funding out the door, getting people to apply, getting people to understand or be aware of the fact that lead really is a serious issue and it can be impacting them. And so we're working with them to help kind of understand the behaviors and how those behaviors impact people's decisions to apply for the grant or around lead. So we're in the process right now of developing and in the future testing interventions in order to help see if we can increase the number of applications that we receive based on that. We've also been working just to increase capacity around moving applicants through the process. As I mentioned, this is a multi-step process with a lot of kind of moving parts. And so we have been contracted with individuals and entities that have skill sets, training, and the capacity that's needed in order to conduct pieces of that process to help move people through it more quickly. But one of our challenges is, as Pam mentioned, the contractor capacity. Contractors through the lead grant and to be doing lead work in general need to have certain certifications and licenses in order to be properly handling lead, since it is a toxic material. And so we currently have 5 contractors on our registry of pre-qualified contractors to complete work, and we contact them anytime we have a project that's ready to move forward. And based on feedback that we have received from those contractors, many of them are significantly far out on being able to complete work. They've said that they're busy until springtime of next year, just because they are so busy with completing work, and they're booked out. So that's definitely a challenge that we know we're going to have to see if there's a way we can help increase the capacity around that. But good news is that we were recently awarded a fiscal year 2021 lead hazard reduction grant from the federal government. This is the same grant as we currently have, but that's a fiscal 18 grant. But the positive about this is that it's additional funding, it's more funding, and it actually provides us more time since it restarts the clock. We have been in conversations with HUD about this, and they agreed that this was probably a good idea, just given some of the delays and challenges, in particular related to COVID, that have impacted our current grant. And so as part of this process, we will be closing out our fiscal year 2018 grant with HUD as we open and start our fiscal 21. So we are currently just in the process of starting negotiations with HUD, and this could take a couple months before we can get everything fully started with the new grant. And we will be working with and talking with them. We've already started the conversation about how can we best transition applicants from our current grant to the new grant to help make it as smooth as possible. And then last year is the summary of just where we were at as of September 21st. Real quick summary of it's broken down. There's a total, then there's the HUD grant, and then the state grant. So to date, we have sent out 160 applications based on inquiries. We've received 42. We have 10 households that are enrolled, and by enrolled, that means they provided us with all the information. and they have income qualified, because this is an income qualifying grant, and that they are moving through the process to move towards getting remediation completed at their home. We have another 10 applications that we received but are incomplete, and they are what we call in process. This means that our staff is currently working with these applicants to help get the outstanding materials that are still needed in order to have a completed application and confirm and get them enrolled into the program. We have 14 applications submitted that we have deemed non-responsive. Non-responsive is what we say it's due to lack of communication from the applicant for 3 or more months of not communicating with us or providing us with any additional documentation. We have 4 applications that were denied. We'll note that 3 of them is because they were over income, 1 is because it was an ineligible house. And we have had 4 applicants withdraw their applications. And I will just note that since the beginning of this year, January 1st, 2021, in addition to those applications that were sent out, we also track communication with any interested households. And we have contacted 70 individuals who inquired about the grant, but we did not send them applications because they weren't, for a number of reasons. They might not have been eligible after we completed the screening. They might have been identified as low priority since they don't have a young child in the house, and that is a requirement of the grant. Or the individual, we reached out to them and they did not contact us back to follow up related to the screening. And with that, I think we will take any questions that you have.
Thank you. We'll now go to the council members. I'm going to start out first with 4th District Representative Councilman Troy Warner. Do you have any questions?
No questions, thank you.
Okay, I'll now go to Council Member 1st District Kenneth Lee.
Thank you, President White, and thank you for the presentation. We have been very excited about working to get the word out about the lead grants and those opportunities. Can you tell me, so we currently have 10 enrolled, 10 in process, but we've had 160 applicants. What has been the biggest challenges that you guys have seen with getting people engaged in this process?
Yeah. So to clarify, the 160 is the number of applications that we've sent out, but we've received back 42.
Okay.
And so I think that is one of the large challenges is we talk to people, they have interest, we screen them, and then we send them the application and they need to submit information to us, but then they don't ever submit the application or provide us any additional information. So that's a large gap where we're missing a huge, 118, looks like, of the applications drop off at that point. So I think similar to what Pam mentioned, some of the challenges is just between just our experience in talking to people, other communities, as well as some of the feedback we've gotten from the Behavioral Insights team, is just this idea of sometimes lead hazards aren't necessarily something that are at the forefront of people's minds because it's not something that they can visibly see. It's something that they can think to themselves, oh, I understand that that's a hazard, but it won't happen to me, or it's not impacting my child. And so it's something that it's easy for them to kind of defer or think is not a challenge for them. So they don't see it as a priority to maybe move forward with filling out the application or reaching out to see if they're eligible to get the application.
And we recorded videos with some of the council members who were part of the lead. How are those videos being pushed out and from your end?
So from our end, we haven't been pushing those out. I know that council had shared those and shared them on your Facebook pages. But we haven't directly pushed those out, did we?
Yeah.
Oh, did we?
Yeah, Santi Garces, Executive Director of Community Investment with offices on the 14th floor of this building. We've been sharing some of those messages out through the city's Facebook page and promoting them. And we know that people look to the council as leaders in the community, and again, having people that are respected share with residents that this is an important problem. That's a problem that can be solved, that can be addressed, and that we have the resources to do so is important. And I know that you all have been advocates also with the media, having events, and promoting the program, and that's been critical for us. And again, the communications team at the city continues to promote it in all venues, including the messages.
Councilwoman Rachel Thomas Morgan, at large.
Thank you very much for taking time to be here this evening for this update. Really appreciate all the work that you've put into this. We all know that it's important, and what you've described is a real high-touch approach. And unfortunately, as we're seeing with the numbers, that's what it takes. But I think we all need to understand that that means resources, people's time, our staff's time, and money to be able to get to the results that we want to see. So thank you for helping to move this along, and we hope that, continue to hope that the word gets out that this is important to remediate in people's homes. Thank you.
Councilwoman Sharon O'Brien.
Thank you. Two questions. Have we found that some of the lack of response, is there a certain demographic or language barrier that applications are not being returned, or do we know a reason for that? Or
I don't necessarily think, we do, or we're in the process of translating things to Spanish, so we will have the Spanish language items. I don't know that we know exactly why people aren't returning, because you heard earlier about the home repair program, and we get lots of applications. It's the same documentation and application for the most part as that program. And so we obviously get enough applications for that grant, and sometimes more than we can serve. But for this grant, we're not able to reach people and get them to be submitting their applications and their documentation.
Thank you. I think the second question, I know I participated in one of the STEM programs. What's the school over there by Leaper Park? Madison. And are we utilizing the schools still to try to increase the lack of response?
Yeah, so initially we did have partnerships with the schools to do a number of outreach events. Because of COVID, that's decreased a little bit, but one of the outreach events that we did attend this year was something at Harrison, a back-to-school event to provide information about the lead grant to families there. And going to preschools and doing and daycares to do lead testing and provide information at those as well.
Thank you so much.
Yep.
I just wanted to expand really quickly on the first question. So one of the things that we've instituted this year in the department is all documents across all teams in DCI, including code, neighborhood services and enforcement, the neighborhoods team, all of them are being translated into Spanish to do the outreach. And it's an issue that's close to me. My parents don't speak English. Like, I'm familiar with the barrier gaps. I actually have had to translate a couple of the documents myself. So.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, President White. Liz, can you tell us if there are any stats in South Bend about the number of children that have tested with high lead levels?
I don't have any stats with me tonight, but I do have some recent information related to the recent fiscal year 21 lead grant that was submitted that I can pull and share with you.
That'd be great. And my second question is, when you spoke of the schools, you identified one school. I'm wondering if there is a coordinated effort with the school administration to make sure that this is getting into all the schools.
We do not currently have a coordinated effort from that standpoint. I know we previously did prior to COVID. We're working with them, but I'm sure that's something we could reinitiate.
Thank you.
Can you elaborate on the new grant? What are the numbers compared to the previous one? And
Yeah. So the fiscal year '21 grant is going to be roughly $3.4 million for 120 units. Is currently what we have, and I will say with the caveat of we are in the process of just starting negotiations with HUD, so we know that things might change as we're working through the budget and all the process with them. But that's currently what we have in our grant. And our fiscal year 18 was $2.3 million.
and then, just so that I understand correctly, what this does is that it closes that 2018, so that money's gone, we're just getting a replacement and I think we're...
Correct. So we would close out the fiscal 18 grant, and then we would start afresh with the 2021. But then that also means that we get a new kind of clock, if you will.
When does that clock end?
So the clock it's 42 months from when we sign our agreement with HUD. So we haven't signed anything with them yet, so we don't have the official deadline. So that's why things are still working to be finalized, and there's a little bit, not 100%. We don't have all the details 100% at this point. But our current grant, the fiscal 18, is due to end September 30th of next year.
Thank you.
Thank you, President White. And thank you for your presentation and update. As you know, I hold that lead program pretty close. And I appreciate all the advances that your team has made. And especially you, Liz, you was by yourself, you and Pam jumped in, you were short a person, and you still managed to get everything up, going, and form some partnerships to revitalize that program. And I so appreciate that collaboration, and our children certainly in this community appreciate that collaboration. And I do have just a couple questions. I know you said it was 124 units?
120.
Or 120 at 3.4 million. So what is the maximum amount of dollars each family can get?
So at this point, based on the budget we have, again, pre-negotiations with HUD, it's at $19,500.
And as far as the ineligible homes, that might have been a HUD property, what recourse of action do they have to take for that remediation process? Do they have to work through the housing authority then? Or is there any way that we can partner or develop a relationship if we're identifying homes?
So you're mentioning there's one ineligible home, and it's owned by the housing authority. They are not eligible for this federal grant, according to the regulations. In that case, I don't believe the individual knew that there was any lead in the home, and so that was part of it. I think I referred them to the Notre Dame screening kit to see if they could test to see if there was lead present. I think they just heard about the grant and had a young child and just wanted to be certain about the home.
Okay, thank you. And that lead innovation kit that they have through the University of Notre Dame, very effective. I heard that most of the results, if not all of them that come back, do still go through the lead certification process through the health department, and they're finding that those numbers are matching up. So that's a very, very useful tool. So again, I thank you so much for all the work that your team has done for the city, for our children, and look forward to helping to spend that $3.4 million.
I would like to thank you for your presentation. The information was very informative, and it is very exciting to hear that we could be eligible once we go through all the paperwork and hearing back from HUD, that $3.4 million to really serve 120 units. And so we look forward to hearing back from you, and congratulations on your new position. Thank you so much. Thank you, Pam, and also Santi as well. Thank you. Prior to resolving into the committee of the whole, I'm going to ask Attorney Bob Palmer to outline some procedural issues that we would need to address prior to resolving into the committee of the whole. Attorney Palmer?
Thank you, President White. At the council meeting on September 27th, Bill number 118-21 had second reading and public hearing. That bill was then debated among council members, and there was some indication during the presentation that that bill would be, there would be a substitute filed on that bill. So the committee of the whole closed at that meeting without a motion or a disposition for Bill 118-21. Since that time, 2 substitute bills have been filed. So this bill will go back into committee of the whole for the procedural technicality of having a vote among the committee of the whole to make a recommendation to the full council. The technical aspects of it is that the agenda for the committee of the whole is being amended, which is permitted by state law, in order to conduct a debate on Bill 11821 and to take a vote to go to the full council with the recommendation, and that will be followed by third reading and vote later on tonight. Public hearing on 118 was held at the September 27th meeting, so the only discussion is among council members, and there will be no additional public hearing.
Thank you. Council members, are there any questions prior to entertaining the motion? So according to our attorney, a motion has to be made to hear second substitute bill 118 under the committee of the whole, and then move forward to the, for third reading. The motion has to be made and then the second and roll call. That's correct. So is there a motion?
President, I move that Bill 11821 goes to the committee of the whole to be heard by council. Or do I do a favorable recommendation? Just make it a motion to be heard by council.
Correct, it'd be the second substitute.
The second substitute of Bill 118-21.
Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Clerk Jones, will you please call the roll?
Yes. Councilmember Davis? Councilmember Lee?
Aye.
Councilmember Warner?
No.
Councilmember Wax? Councilmember Nisbowski?
Aye.
Councilmember Thomas Morgan?
Aye.
Councilmember Hammond?
Aye.
Vice President McBride?
Aye.
President White?
Aye.
8 ayes.
I will now entertain a motion to resolve into the committee of the whole.
Second.
We have a motion and it's been seconded. Clerk Jones, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Lee?
Aye.
Councilmember Warner?
Aye.
Councilmember Wax? Councilmember Nisbowski?
Aye.
Councilmember Thomas Morgan? Aye. Councilmember Hammond?
Aye.
Vice President McBride? Aye. Councilmember Davis? President White?
Aye.
9 ayes.
Thank you.
Attorney Palmer, before we proceed, I just want to be clear on the second substitute bill, 118-21. In what order of the agenda are we inserting that?
I would go in numerical order, so it would come right after 113.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Okay, the committee of the whole is now in session. This is the portion of the council's meeting where bills are given a second reading and public hearing. I wish to share with you that the bills that will be given a second reading and public hearing have been given a first reading and set for committee meeting and public hearing prior to this evening's meeting. In addition, you will hear from the chairperson of the committee where the bill is discussed and the results of their discussion. If the proposed ordinance is a zoning ordinance, a report from a staff member will be given. In all other situations, the formal presentation on the proposed ordinance will immediately follow the committee report. The formal presentation shall be untimed. Clerk Jones, could you please read Bill 113-21?
113-21, 113-21, public hearing on an ordinance of the Common Council of the City of South Bend, Indiana, approving a petition of the Advisory Board of Zoning Appeals for the property located at 1710 North Turtle Creek Drive.
Thank you. Is there a committee report?
Yes, Chair. This came before the Committee of Zoning and Annexation this afternoon and comes to the Committee of the Whole with a favorable recommendation.
Thank you so much. And I see Angela's here. If you make a presentation.
Good evening, Angela Smith, Zoning Administrator for the City of South Bend, with offices located on the 14th floor of this building. Before you this evening is a petition for 1710 North Turtle Creek. This is the former Turtle Creek Apartments. I believe it's probably under another name. It's probably gone through a couple names over the years. Approximately 10 acres near the University of Notre Dame, in between South Bend Avenue and Twickenham. So this area here, there's a small portion in the lower left corner that we're going to bring back to you guys next month for technical reasons, but the majority of the site is covered in tonight's petition. If you haven't been to Turtle Creek Apartments lately, it probably looks much like it did the last time you were there. The establishment's been around for quite some time. It's currently student housing with a mixture of bedroom sizes and the mixture of housing density in there. So it's anywhere from studios to 3 bedrooms, which may have up to 3 students in them as well. Because the project's going to be demolished and reconstructed, the grandfathering for the more than the 2 unrelated for the definition of family in the City of South Bend is going to expire. So once they demo it, they have to bring everything into conformance. They're seeking the special exception for shared housing this evening in order to allow up to 4 people per unit. So the definition is no more than 2 per bedroom, no more than 4 per unit. So the shared housing, if granted by the council tonight, would allow them some flexibility in their housing density for the product mix that they're looking for. As I mentioned, the overall site's about 11 acres. These are just tentative site plans. Ultimately, the site plan will be developed in accordance with the zoning ordinance. These are a couple different looks at how they might develop. They're showing a mix of buildings and townhomes. The center is a large apartment complex around a 3.5-story parking garage to kind of help address the parking on the site. We don't have any parking minimums, but of course, when you have students or residents, you need a place for them to park, so they are providing some of that on site. Again, the mix of unit types will probably develop and continue to change. Right now, this is zoned U3, so it would all be multifamily. If they wanted to do anything non-residential, they'd have to come back to the council at this point. This comes to you with, here's a rendering of what it might look like. This comes to you from the Area Board of Zoning Appeals with a favorable recommendation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Is the petitioner present?
Members of the council, my name is Stephen Studer. I'm an attorney with the law firm McCreek DeVault with offices at 4101 Edison X Parkway, Mishawaka, Indiana. I'm here this evening representing the petitioner, the current owner of the property, as well as the contingent purchaser, who is seeking this special exception because, as Angela pointed out, once the buildings are demolished, we would have to be in conformity with the new zoning. It's currently being used with shared housing, that is with student housing, with more than 2 people per unrelated people with a unit. If the special exception is approved by this council this evening, the contingent purchaser intends to demolish the site and rebuild it in its entirety. The petitioner is, at this point in time, looking to sell the property in its current condition. The contingent purchaser, as I said, intends to demolish it. The contingent purchaser is a company by the name of Toll Brothers, Inc., which is a Fortune 500 company, as I mentioned this afternoon. They are a publicly traded company, and they also have been named for 6 straight years as one of the world's most admired companies by Fortune magazine. This afternoon, there were a couple of questions regarding the number of employees that would be employed at the site once this be built. I can tell you that they will hire a third-party property manager. They don't actually have employees of the Toll Brothers, Inc. that manage it, but they will be responsible for and manage it through a third-party property manager. And they would intend to use mostly local employees, and they expect about approximately 20 employees on a regular basis during the, for the project itself. That's in addition to the hundreds of jobs that would be required to demolish the site and rebuild the site. It's about 400,000 square feet of new property, buildings. It's residential. It consists of studios, townhomes, 1 and 4 bedroom units. As Angela mentioned, it's already being used as shared housing, so we're just seeking the same exemption that's been in use, but it's been grandfathered. The Toll Brothers has built similar projects of this nature elsewhere, and I mentioned this afternoon, they've done one at Penn State with about $122 million of investment, another one at University of Maryland with $152 million of investment. This will be a similar size project as it is 10.5-acre site, and so it's a huge project. I think it may be the largest multifamily housing project we've done in South Bend, and certainly several decades, I would believe. As I mentioned this afternoon, the project is ready to move forward with. All we need is approval from the council so we can continue the purchase.
Okay, thank you for your presentation and your comments. Council members? Councilmember Davis, do you have a question? Councilmember Lee?
I just would like to ask for the record, how much is the investment going to be? When we talked about that in
Sure.
committee.
I'm
but-
happy to respond to that. I mean, there's no set number yet because we have a purchase price, we have demolition, but all in all, we expect an approximate project of about $100 million.
Any other questions on this side? No? Councilwoman Hammond?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. I'm just wondering, in the other locations with the other universities where they have put in similar type housing, what is, if you're able to answer this, you may not be able to, but do you know the differential in the cost for the students in terms of what they're currently paying at the current location versus the new?
No, it'll be market rate. It'll be competitive with current, what we call luxury student housing. With, if you look at the amenities, the booklet that I shared this afternoon, and I think some of the photographs you've seen, these are high-end amenities with workout rooms, et cetera, student private meeting areas for students, and as well as groups that can meet. A lot of amenities. This is the way that most student housing at most universities is going. We don't have a set price yet. It will be more expensive than the current units are being charged for at this point in time, but as I think it was mentioned earlier, that is not fully used at this point. The condition of the current product really doesn't lend itself to what we call high-end market rate, but it'll be fairly expensive, candidly, compared to what's there now and some other products. But we think there's a market for this, and every community is different. Penn State is different. They have more students, for instance, than Notre Dame does. So does University of Maryland. They have a lot more students that are vying for that product. But this, as I said, the publicly traded company, they have a campus living division, which would be responsible for this. They've done this successfully throughout the United States. This is the first venture into the state of Indiana, and we're happy that they've chosen South Bend. So we're excited about it. But it'll be market rate, but we don't have those numbers yet.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Councilwoman Tomas Morgan?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your presentation.
You're welcome.
And thank you for your interest in South Bend and investing in this community. I asked the question earlier today about property management.
Yes.
And so thank you for bringing that up this evening and addressing that question for the public.
I wanted to clarify that because I thought they might, but they'll be responsible for hiring a third-party property manager, but they will be responsible for that.
Thank you for that. I was wondering also if you have any information or you could explain to us what considerations of security look like in a complex like this?
Well, security and safety are utmost, and I would tell you that every project that I've been involved with, from the Overlook on down through Eddy Street, there's fire protection, there's security protection. It's important that these students, the parents extending them here, most of them from out of state, candidly, and they want to make sure they're safe and secure. So, they'll be, I can assure you that the units will be much more secure and much safer than the current units that are existing there today.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Councilman Warner, do you have any comment? Do you have a question? Well, I would just like to thank you for making the presentation, and thank you for choosing this community. I think this is a wonderful investment for the students, and it's obviously going to be a very gorgeous building. And just for the record, this is already zoned properly. This is just a rezoning
Yes.
because you have to tear down the building and rebuild it.
Right, if we didn't have to tear it down, which obviously is not going to happen, we wouldn't have to get the special exception, but because we want to be compliant with the current code, since they demolish it, we have to enter the point that we need to get the special exceptions for the current use.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So at this time, we're going to go to the public portion hearing. Is there anyone from the public wishing to speak in favor of Bill number 113-21?
I don't see anyone from the virtual public expressing interest to speak in favor of this bill.
Thank you. And is there anyone wishing to speak in opposition of this bill?
I don't see anyone wishing to speak in opposition of this bill as well.
Thank you, Clerk Jones. Seeing no one at this point, the public hearing on Bill 113-21 is now closed. If there's any statements that council members would like to make? If there's not, I would entertain a motion regarding the bill.
I make a motion that Bill 11321 be sent to the full council with a favorable recommendation.
Second.
Okay, there has been a motion made and seconded. Clerk Jones, could you, do we have to call the roll since we're all here?
You do want to vote like this, yes?
Oh, yeah, sorry. I get, that's, thank you. Clerk Jones, could you please call the roll?
Yes. Councilmember Warner,
Aye.
Councilmember Wax. Councilmember Nisgowsky.
Aye.
Councilmember Thomas Morgan.
Aye.
Councilmember Hammond.
Aye.
Vice President McBride. Councilmember Davis. Councilmember Lee.
Aye.
President White.
Aye.
9 ayes.
Thank you. We are now going to move to the second, well, I guess I'll need a motion to hear the second substitute bill 118-21.
So moved.
Second.
It's been a motion, and it has been properly seconded. Clerk Jones, could you please call the roll?
Councilmember Wax. Councilmember Nisgowsky.
Aye.
Councilmember Thomas Morgan.
Aye.
Councilmember Hammond.
Aye.
Vice President McBride. Councilmember Davis. Councilmember Lee.
Aye.
Councilmember Warner.
Aye.
President White. 9 ayes.
Thank you. So at this point, we've already had the public, oh, yes. Okay, Clerk Jones, could you please read the second substitute bill?
Yes. One 11821. Public hearing on an ordinance of the Common Council of the City of South Bend, Indiana, levying taxes and fixing the rate of taxation for the purpose of raising revenue to meet the necessary expenses of the civil city of South Bend for the fiscal year ending December 31st, 2022, and appropriating monies for the purpose of defraying the expenses of the city of South Bend, Indiana for the fiscal year beginning January 1st, 2022, and ending December 31st, 2022, including all outstanding claims and obligations, and fixing a time when the same shall take effect.
Thank you, Clerk Jones. Was there a, what do we do for the committee report?
I believe the original bill came to the committee of the whole with no recommendation from the Personnel and Finance Committee.
Okay, thank you. And is the petitioner present? Mr. Parker?
Chair, this is for council discussion only prior to taking a vote on a recommendation.
So there's no presentation?
That's
of
correct.
this?
Do we know what the changes have been?
I believe that the second substitute bill was distributed to council members. it would be well within your discretion, Chair, to ask a presenter to highlight the changes.
Mr. Parker, could you please come up and highlight the changes in the bill? We've all heard the bill. If you could just tell us what you're changing, please. Thank you so much. And you state your name and address.
Absolutely. So just a quick point of clarification. Will I have another opportunity to present, or is this the only one?
This is it.
This is it. All right, hang on 1 second.
You get to present your other bills, just not this.
All right, fair enough. So let me then pull up, I do have a short presentation, and can talk about what this is. All right, so this second substitute bill, 118-2021, this is the 2022 proposed budget bill. We have seen a lot of this information already, so I just want to talk through the overall changes, or the overall budget, and the changes from the original proposal, which we talked through last week, highlight those again, and then the changes from the first substitute to the second substitute. So this is the most up-to-date version of this slide that you've seen a few times now. The change that we would like to highlight specifically on the expense side on the ARP budget is that we did in the second substitute remove the interfund transfer from the ARP fund into the general fund. So that was in the last version of this slide that we went through last week, a $45 million line item under interfund transfers. As we've talked about a few times, that is an accounting thing. It's not a true expenditure that we're spending money out in the community. It's moving money from one fund to another, but that money's staying within the city, and we would just be then spending the money outside of out of the general fund after it's moved into the general fund. There was still, in discussions with council members, there was still some confusion about that, and we don't want to delay the overall budget based on that. It is something that we are still want to talk about, and we do still want to propose in the future. But it's not time sensitive. We can move forward without that. And so we hope to have a meeting in the future where we can specifically focus just on that and answer any and all questions and concerns that remain out there regarding that transfer. But that was the specific change from the first substitute bill to the second substitute bill. Regarding, I won't go through all of these again because we did have a meeting last week to talk through these, but these were the changes that were made from the original bill to the first substitute. There were personnel changes especially on the non-bargaining side. Move-in of 2% to 2.5%, the addition of a residency incentive, those kinds of things. One thing that I did want to highlight is in this second substitute, you will also see that the results of the Teamsters negotiations, those numbers have been built into the budget. So those, if you remember all the way back to when we were proposing the original budget, we had a placeholder in there for the results of the Teamster negotiations at a 0% increase. We have built in the agreement that was negotiated, which is 2.5% in 2022 into the units that do have Teamsters. So those are in the second substitute bill. That we went through last week, changes to PSAP and the funding mechanism for PSAP and the county metro units, as well as additions of capital leases. And as well as, especially for the non-bargaining, some structural expense reduction that we've seen on that we put into the budget, into the substitute version of the bill, in order to offset some of the increases that we had on the personnel side. So we did reduce the budget. As we increase, we always try to offset that with reductions elsewhere and tightening our belt. So we did go through those last week. And then on the ARP budget side. So I think when Ben went through this slide last week, he mentioned that this is the most presented slide of the budget season. I think that it may not be the most, but it's definitely up there. We've had this up quite a bit. This is the ARP spending plan. When we talk about what are we spending ARP money on, this is it. It's these programs which we've gone in detail into each one and talked through those items. You will see that the 2022 budget does contain $46.2 million within these programs. Again, those detail line item programs, and that does correspond to, if you look here, the 2022 ARP budget, $46.2 million, and that's what's contained in this substitute bill. As I said, that interfund transfer, which we had originally planned on in the first substitute, was taken out in the second substitute. We did go through the proposed revenue budget last week, and the most important thing to remember about that proposed revenue budget is it does put us, from a structural perspective, at a $26.4 million deficit. But it is important to remember that the majority of that $26.4 million deficit is driven by capital expenditures in the water and wastewater funds. So those are planned capital expenditures. We budget all of them in 1 year, but they don't occur all in 1 year. These are things that take a long period of time to get going. These are multi-year projects. And so that money will be spent out over the upcoming few years. And as I've said a few times, is in line with the long-term capital plan and long-term financial plan for the water and wastewater departments. We also do have a spend down of $2.7 million in the internal service funds. To just talk about that very briefly, the way this works is our internal service funds are things like our health insurance fund, our liability insurance fund. These are funded by allocations to departments. So departments pay into these funds on an annual basis, and then those funds are used to cover the health care costs for our employees, in the case of the former, or our liability insurance in the case of the latter, if we have some kind of general liability that we have, as well as our property insurance is funded through that liability insurance fund. We do the best to budget the way we can, but those things are by their very nature unpredictable. Healthcare costs, we try to predict what they will be, but they can go up, they can go down. And so we are always kind of trying to gauge how much we're charging departments in relation to how much we're spending out. Some years we do very well and we're very close. Some years we over-allocate, meaning departments pay more into the fund than we actually spend out. And some years we under-allocate. This is a year where we, in prior years, actually in both of the past few years, especially in the health insurance fund, we had lower than expected healthcare costs. And what that meant is that the balance of that health insurance fund has continued to grow over the past few years. That's good. We like to have strong reserves in our healthcare fund, but we don't want to have too much money just sitting there. And so what we do is we actually intentionally spend down internal service funds in the budget by under-allocating, not charging departments as much as we think we're going to spend out. That's what that $2.7 million represents. It's an intentional strategy to spend on some funds so that we don't have too much money sitting in those internal service funds. So that brings us to the $6.7 million deficit. That is what we call our true operational deficit. So that, if you're looking for what is the deficit that is unplanned or operational, that would be it, the $6.7 million. As we've said a few times, we are continuing to work towards a long-term balanced budget. $6.7 million is roughly in line with what we saw in the 2021 budget. And over the next 3 years, especially as we continue to spend out that ARP funds through those programs, we will work to shrink that down to as much of a balanced budget as possible. But $26.4 million seems like a very, very big number. In reality, $6.7 million, is the only part of that is what we would call unplanned or operational in nature. So this is something that we went through last week, so I won't go through it all in detail, but this is a generational investment in the community, so we do hope that we have your support. These are programs that are based on resident feedback, council feedback. This is a doubling of the investment in the strategic initiatives in the community, especially the ones that council members and residents have said they care about. Neighborhood infrastructure, curbs, sidewalks, lighting, traffic calming. Support for businesses, especially small business support, small business financing, development, neighborhood financing of vacant buildings in the community, support for neighborhood organizations and grants for neighborhood organizations, and investment, historic investment in the Martin Luther King Center and transforming that into the Dream Center. Just so many initiatives and so much money going out into the community where it can do really good work. And then we always like to highlight efficient deployment and a low overhead rate. So although we are adding staff and we are proposing to add staff, that staff is necessary to actually program these dollars. We need that in order to effectively get these get these programs out to the community where they can do the good that they need to do. And we are at about a 5% overhead rate, doing it in a fairly efficient way. As we've said, we're also investing in city employees. We talked through the non-bargaining increases to the minimum wage last week, and then the addition of the residency incentive. That does say negotiations ongoing with fire and Teamsters. As I said earlier, this budget does incorporate the results of those negotiations from the Teamsters side. Lastly, fiscal responsibility. We're leveraging the reserves that we have on hand to invest in the community, and we are focusing on the long-term forecasting to try and get back to that operationally balanced budget. With that, see Mayor Mueller is here. I don't know if he has any words that he wants to add, but if not, we will take any questions. Okay, we'll take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parker. Councilman Henry Davis, you have a question?
Sure. I'm still waiting on what I asked you for earlier.
So yes, so thank you for bringing that up. So turnover rate. Let me get to that here. So we can go through that now. Turnover rate. This is based on 2021. Our overall turnover rate is about 13.1%. This is by bargaining unit. We've had 110 people leave the city out of about 1,000 employees, a little over 1,000 employees, so that's how we get to the 13% overall turnover rate, and that is annualized. So this is based on 2021, 10 months, so that's why it's a little bit, we kind of annualize it to make it reflective of the entire year. If we look at by department, again, 110 total employees. You can see some of the largest departments from a percent turnover perspective are departments that have very few employees, which is what you would expect. So one person or two people leaving the clerk's office is going to lead to a very high turnover rate because there's just only 4 or 5 employees there. So that's where that comes from. And again, the reason why it's the numbers don't come out evenly is that those are annualized rates, but on average 13.1%. The other item that I believe you asked for, Councilman Davis, is where are we spending this money and what is it in your community? So there are some geographically targeted programs that we do have, but by and large, most of the programs that we have here in this ARP funds are citywide. So there are geographically targeted programs, though, and we can highlight those. This is not meant to look at all programs and initiatives, but it's just a sample of major investments in specific neighborhoods. So we know that we are going to be putting a pre-K center in the Northwest at a cost of about $2.5 million. We don't know exactly where that's going to be yet, but it is going to be in the Northwest, which is why there's kind of a bracket there somewhere in that neighborhood. We know that we are going to be investing in the Dream Center at the location of the current Martin Luther King Center, which is $10.1 million in the 2022 budget, and an additional $1 million that's already appropriated in the 2021 budget. We know that we're going to be investing in neighborhood main streets between the city budget and the TIF budget at $3.25 million. Those are all highlighted on there: Lincoln Way West, Western Avenue, Michigan Street down to the south, Miami, Mishawaka, and Portage, as well as Linden Avenue, which isn't highlighted on there specifically, but it is in the plan. $3.25 million. Those are things like amenities, bike racks, trash cans, things that will really improve those from a walkability and those corridors from a walkability and livability perspective, and in the plan for $3.25 million. On the southeast side, we're continuing the investment in the pre-K center, just highlighting that, which it just broke ground a few weeks ago, as well as the affordable housing initiatives that are going on in the southeast side. We are in the TIF budget looking to do a remodel of Fire Station 8, budgeted at about $3 million. And then looking also in the TIF budget to do a new Southside Park. Again, location TBD, looking at that, but looking to invest somewhere in the neighborhood of $2.5 million in a Southside Park from the TIF budget. In addition to all of these sort of geographically targeted programs, We have additional targeted programs which are spread across neighborhoods. Things like all the things that I mentioned, curb and sidewalk, lighting, traffic calming, at $5 million in the 2022 budget, more than double actually what we've allocated in the past to those items, to really catch up on a lot of the backlog that we're seeing across the city and across neighborhoods, and really allocated across council districts. Affordable housing initiatives. We were just in the southeast neighborhood today highlighting affordable housing and the construction of new affordable housing by 466 Works, which was great to see. These programs have historically and will continue to be targeted to the residents who need it most, whether that's geographically, income-based, or both. And so those affordable housing initiatives, both the incentivizing and helping with the construction of new homes, helping with home buying assistance, as well as with financing to finance home repairs, is all included in this affordable housing initiatives for existing home stock. Neighborhood organization support, $425,000 for different neighborhoods across the city to help them really implement what is seen as most needed in their neighborhoods. This is in addition to dollars in the budget to help neighborhoods implement plans. So lots of times, as we said during the budget process, planning is great and we can do neighborhood plans, but especially if that plan isn't, or if that neighborhood isn't in a TIF district, sometimes it's hard to find a dedicated funding source to actually implement the things that are in that plan. And so there's money in the budget specifically around how do we implement those items across the city from a neighborhood perspective. Commercial demolitions, $4.2 million to really get started on some of those buildings that have been vacant for far too long across the city. Large buildings which are extremely expensive to demolish, extremely expensive to remediate from an environmental perspective, but we know has to be the first step towards implementing the plans for those communities. So we do have plans when we go in to demolish things, but it does require quite a bit of upfront capital to do that. So leveraging the investment from the federal government to do those commercial demolitions is in the 2022 budget. And then vacant building development financing at $2 million. These are items that across the city, the items like the Ward building on Portage or the Nexus Center from Mr. Bugs, items that or buildings development that can leverage existing buildings, existing infrastructure within our city and revitalize those buildings. And what this money is specifically intended to do is help those developers, help those people get access to financing to help them revitalize the community. And then land bank startups. So again, these are across the city, looking at what we can do with vacant lots to try and really have a coordinated and targeted strategy around vacant lots across the city. So these are, again, not meant to be a comprehensive list that look at all the programs and initiatives, but this is a sample of the major investments that we're doing in the neighborhoods. And the takeaway from this is we don't really program based on council district. That's not really what we look at. We look at where the need is, and we try and match where the need of residents have with the dollars that we have. But there is investment across the city, west side, east side, north side, south side. And there's money available everywhere. So with that, I think that those were the two items that we had in follow-up.
Yeah, but the reason why that came up about per district was because I think you guys said you had a map that you're going to unveil to us and give us the information. I'm aware that everything that we do is based on citywide initiative versus district. I'm not an alderman. I don't work in Chicago. So I don't have that flexibility of just talking about my automatic area or district, or ward for that matter. But I do know we've demolished well over 700 homes during 1,000 houses and 1,000 beds initiative, which still impacts the way our housing and our neighborhoods look like. And I'm looking at the 8 points. See, I wish we could have this conversation some weeks ago because this is what I was looking for during the budget process. But you're using $8.6 million to potentially address that disparity, but it was 700 homes. That's a lot of homes. And if we're going to depend upon nonprofits such as 466 Works or it could be the South Bend Heritage Foundation, we're not ever going to get there. And so there has to be more of an aggressive approach to address that issue. again, 700 homes. Today we talked about what, 3, 4, 5 maybe? Is that the number? Yes, no?
It's much higher than that. The new construction, over 70 houses, 70 is the number for new construction that's proposed in the ARP budget that we presented.
No, sir. That's not, I guess I said it wrong. Today we were talking about 4 or 5 homes that were constructed, right?
In the specific site in the 3rd district, there's 8 houses and there's another 10 that 466 Works is
They
planning.
haven't constructed or is online to be constructed. So
Yeah.
we're talking about 18 then, 16?
Yes.
It's been 16 homes. So we're going to, again, match up against 700 plus homes that's missing. That's my point. It doesn't make out. It's a very small percentage. And so I think that we have the opportunity, because of the monies that are available, to be a little bit more aggressive in how we redefine how affordable housing and home construction in the city of South Bend works. If we go at that rate, it'll be well over 30 years before we can make up for the 700 homes that's missing.
And Councilman, just to clarify, that's precisely why we're proposing to increase that number tenfold. We're asking to fund 70 new construction sites in part of the ARP because we're just as frustrated with you with the pace of progress, and we have a historic opportunity to invest. So the current budget would increase the funding amount, but almost tenfold.
I think the current budget was $500,000, and this is going to 8.6 million. So those
You
homes.
guys are still missing what I'm saying. I said it's 700 plus homes, and you're talking to me about less than 100, is what I'm saying. And the only thing that I am asking is that there is a stronger program to help develop and to re-implement these homes back into the neighborhoods that are suffering because of the demolition actions that took place back in 2014 and 15. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying you're not doing a good job. I'm not saying that it's awful what's going on. What I am saying is that we're missing out on 700 plus homes. And if we're going at the rate that we're going and the speed that we're going, we will never make up half of those homes in the next 20 years. That's what I'm saying. So I think that there needs to be more robust measures there. And the digital divide, I have never heard anything about that. I think we suffered greatly during this COVID season. The students and the families suffered really bad from that. I'm not sure if I heard about the implementation of new systems or new fiber optic in those given areas.
Hi, Denise Lynn Riedel, Chief Innovation Officer for the City of South Bend, with offices on the 12th floor of this building. Hello. I'm just going to actually tap into the meeting here. But I'll start by saying, it's an excellent point, and it's something residents brought up during our budget engagement process as well. Something we heard about in particular, not as much, it certainly didn't compete with neighborhood infrastructure, stuff like sidewalks and lighting, but still was brought up a good number of times. But I wanted to review some of the work that we're currently doing when it comes to bridging the digital divide and the partnerships that we have in place on that front. And some of the plans that we hope to do in the coming months and years as well. So I don't want to spend too much time on this because actually this was something that Chair Rachel Thomas Morgan mentioned that we should dive into in partnership with the IT committee. But I do think I'd love to talk generally with all of council on this as well. The big flagship program that we undertook during COVID was Citywide Classroom South Bend. That's a partnership with the South Bend Community School Corporation, with the City of South Bend, and with Infocus. And so essentially what we did, we won $2 million through a state grant to bridge the digital divide at home for school-age children and their households. So right now, actually still, and through the end of next year, any student affiliated with the South Bend Community School Corporation can get a free hotspot they can get free at-home internet through Internet Essentials. And so through that grant, we have been deploying resources to over 2,000 students, about 1,000 households. So that's been the big initiative, and we're going to be continuing to work on that throughout next year. And Councilman Davis, you had a question. I want to make sure.
I'll make it a little bit easier for you, because that's not what I was asking.
Yeah.
I was talking about the infrastructure or the
I
lack
see.
of infrastructure, underground wiring that creates the opportunity for Wi-Fi in neighborhoods that traditionally have been left out. I am talking about the fact that because kids need those hotspots, not needing them anymore because you're connected to a significant amount of fiber optic underground. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the ability to make sure that that stuff is underground and that we're able to recruit businesses in those areas because they had access to Wi-Fi. So it goes not only for the school-aged children because of COVID, but it also helps with the development of neighborhoods and also corridors that are screaming for more private investment. That's what I'm talking about.
Absolutely, and $200,000 of the citywide classroom South Bend funds are actually going to go towards expanding the open Wi-Fi run by the city of South Bend. And we're still looking for new ways to add to that funding, and what we'd like to do through the IT committee and in partnership with council is identify good locations for where those expansions should go. I think that should be part of the planning process that comes, not just through the budget cycle, because this is an engagement process that takes, it's 365 days of the year, 24/7. That's something that, we're going to be undertaking in coming months. Also notably too, with South Bend Wi-Fi, and I can show this for everyone here. So South Bend Wi-Fi, for those that are less familiar, it leverages what maybe some council persons are familiar with. It used to be called MetroNet, but it's called ChoiceLight. It's a local dark fiber network here in South Bend. So the ChoiceLight footprint is leveraged, and the city uses the fiber network, and we build free open Wi-Fi. These locations actually exist. It's hard to see on this map, but there are 50-plus access points right now in South Bend. I can actually give you the full spreadsheet. It's on our open data portal, in fact. You can download and see exactly where they are. But they cover several parks, community centers around the city, a lot of downtown. Newer installations over the last few years include Pinhook, Rum Village, River Park corridor. And so, we would love to expand this. We're currently right now limited by the ChoiceLight footprint. So that is one limitation, but there are other creative solutions that we're currently looking into. The reason why you're not seeing more kind of explicit plans about this work, specifically right now during the budget cycle, is because this is such a moving target. For instance, in the middle of budget planning, the federal government opened up a new band of spectrum called CBRS, and CIOs like me around the country are still figuring out how to leverage it, potentially to work with school districts and other local entities to expand what's equivalent to Wi-Fi access in neighborhoods. Another reason, too, you're not hearing more about this is there's a lot of complicated intergovernmental funding considerations around broadband specifically. I think we're still waiting to hear back exactly how the infrastructure bill is going to impact and trickle down what kind of money we're going to get from the federal government and the state government for broadband. That might be separate from this. And so, those are still open things that we're trying to plan around as well. But I assure you, there will be many opportunities to engage on this topic for both residents and for council. Right now, I'm happy to answer any questions that you have about this or any other digital divide program we currently are doing at the city. But there'll be many opportunities after as well.
Absolutely. And I'm looking at your
Thank you.
map.
Yeah.
The west side looks like it's in trouble again.
Oh, the west side, I mean,
Yeah. that's where your problem is at. And it's
Oh, yeah,
also, and it's also with the southeast end of town as well. I spent some time with some guy, I can't remember the name of the company, but you remember because we were going back and forth with them. And they showed me and pointed out where the digital divide was really happening at, and it was in the areas of people, or poor people, more people of color,
Absolutely.
et cetera. And I'm looking at your map, and where you pointed out where the investments look like they're going, they're still not going into the areas that we know that they need them. That's based on your map. I don't,
No, absolutely. And this data is open. I'm happy to share some of these resources with council. And I don't want to take up too much of your time. I'll talk as much as you would like. Obviously, this is your time to control. But I think there's a reason why Chair Thomas Morgan has flagged this as something that the council is of interest. This is of interest of residents. And obviously, this is not a challenge that's unique to South Bend, certainly. But it's one that's important. It touches everything, right? It touches e-learning, it touches telemedicine, economic and civic participation, it touches digital services, right? The city operates more expensively because some of our residents aren't online. So, no, this is something the administration cares deeply about, and we're excited to collaborate with council and the public on more. And you're right, Councilperson Davis. It's absolutely correlates with non-white populations, lower educational attainment, and poverty, certainly. And we have, lots of data that we've developed that we can share with you if you want to dive into the problem more.
Sure, and I got one more question, but it's not reflected there. I mean, I got that, I understand that I'm right. I'm not here to be right. I'm here to make sure that we have the results for our residents that need it the most.
Absolutely.
And yeah, that's why I'm here. I'm not here to be right. I want to make sure that they are getting what they are due. The last thing that I want to ask, and I think Santi, you probably can answer, is housing authority. I don't see housing authority anywhere on there. We've been asking for support. We drafted a resolution, passed it, and I still don't see housing authority. Thank you.
Yeah, and just to speak to that that was a good point, Councilperson Davis, but the reason why, again, the budget process is an important process because it controls a city budget, and the reason why sometimes certain topics like broadband slip through the cracks in that process is because we've gotten more philanthropic or grant funds for that issue, right? Or there are other funds that are coming into the city or are going to be coming into the city soon for this topic that are not included in this particular budget cycle. And so I did want to make that point. And even when that does happen, council still certainly has influence over those funds.
Thank you. We're going to move on because we have 8 other council members with questions. Did you need to address a question?
You asked about the house authority. I'm done now. That's why it showed up.
Do you want to speak to the housing authority?
Sure, I can speak briefly.
So that we can move on.
Again, we continue to work very closely with Dr. Lamberg and her team. In fact, our Department of Planning helped work with the Housing Authority to do a charrette for the Rabbi Schulman site, trying to get feedback from the residents and from Dr. Lamberg to try to envision what the area would look like. At this point, we don't have a plan ready that would be viable for funding, so we're still working on the details, but pretty much, we continue to meet once a month with Dr. Lambert and try to come up with a plan that we could present to the council that would present the path forward. And again, some of the home repair dollars and others that we seek for partners could be available to the Housing Authority as well.
Thank you. Councilman Lee? Do you have any questions in reference to the second substitute bill, 118-21?
We know that Santi just spoke about the housing authority. Is there anyone from the administration that could give us any more clarity on the relationship or allocations towards the housing authority?
So again, currently in the budget, there's not a specific line item that is set aside for the Housing Authority. We continue to work with them. They have a major project that needs to be undertaken in redevelopment, the area where Rabbi Schulman is. So we continue to work closely with Dr. Lambert. Her intent is to add even more affordable housing units in that site. But the capital needs are high, so we are working through the details of coming up with a financing plan. There's also other sites that they have, the scattered sites and other sites that we're working towards it. But again, as part of the budget process, we haven't brought a specific proposal because we continue to work with Dr. Lambert, knowing that at a future time, we'll have more details to bring forth to you requesting appropriating funds. In the time being, some of the funds, including the 20% that is set aside for the home repair program, would be eligible for the Housing Authority working with partners such as the Housing Authority. So hopefully I've addressed your concern.
Sandy,
Councilwoman McBride?
I appreciate the response, and if you don't mind, if I could probably see if you can have a co-hitter to come up with you, whether it's the mayor or Dan Parker, to see if they can help us out with he's the man. So I don't know if you have a little, some input on the commitment or the intent for the Housing Authority.
Good evening, council members. Mayor James Mueller with offices on the 14th floor of this building. And of course, as all of you know, Dr. Lamberg took over the Housing Authority at the beginning of this year. And the Housing Authority was facing a number of issues that built up over a long period of time. And so unfortunately, and this made the news that hopefully you saw as well, that working with HUD, the Rabbi Shulman complex was deemed not salvageable in terms of the cost benefits. And so, as Santi just mentioned, we've been working with the team over there to figure out how can we restore the units that the Rabbi Shulman had as we look at other units potentially needing to be replaced in the Housing Authority's portfolio. So the city is fully committed to making this work. Also in the news that they came out is they're still looking to identify a developing partner. And so that's, we won't be able to put the full funding stack together to make such a project work until there's a developing partner and a full plan. But the intent of the city is to make sure that safe, affordable housing is available in South Bend and that our Housing Authority is able to turn the corner and get back on a better track under the leadership of Dr. Lambert.
Thank you. Councilman Wax, do you have a question on the bill? Councilman Warner? Councilwoman Tomas Morgan? Do you have any questions on the second substitute bill 118-21?
No, I have no questions.
Councilwoman Hammond?
Thank you, Chair. During our committee meetings, I'm not sure exactly who I'm talking to, but there were issues of toxic land issues on the west side. And I'm wondering where in the budget we would deal with that type of cleanup.
Sure. Again, without knowing a little bit more, I wasn't during the entirety of the committee meeting, so I don't know some of the details that you've discussed, but we have set aside almost $4 million for a demolitions and environmental remediation. I think that there's, I can actually, well, I don't want to delay. I have a map of the sites that are under consideration that I'm happy to share with council. So environmental remediation issues are usually the responsibility of the property owner, and they're complex issues where the city and the city legal team works together to try to make sure that we recover as much of the cost. There's also, in a number of cases, we work closely with IDEM, which is the state agency in charge of environmental remediation, and US EPA. So Jim Weingart, who leads the IDEM unit in our area, has been an incredible champion in going. So I don't have too much more specifics. I could also tell you that we're working with MACOG and others in the next round of EPA funding to determine brownfields resources to address environmental issues, and we've selected some sites in the west side by Washington as well as an area of priority to try to study and then produce resources there.
And if I could just add on very briefly, the city's structural budget every year does include $50,000 for brownfield remediation. So that is in the budget as it has been for the past few years. So I did want to just add that in.
And Dan, if I could ask one more question, please. Under the American Rescue Plan dollars, that on the new and improved 118-21, $10 million is identified under capital. Can you explain what that is for?
Yes, that's the capital spend for the Dream Center, $10.1 million.
That's all my questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, council members, I've given everyone an opportunity to have dialogue on the second substitute bill. So at this time, I would like to entertain a motion regarding the bill.
Sure, I was going to ask for a brief recess, a 5-minute recess before we vote, if all possible. So I'm going to make a motion for a 5-minute recess.
I would rather that we vote on the bill.
Well, I made a motion, so you guys can vote it down.
Okay, there's
Before I
been a
get a
motion
second.
on, about taking a 5-minute recess. It appears that motion has failed. Okay, since that has failed, President White, you have a question.
I apologize, I want to make sure I have clarity. The $45 million that we're going to be transferred in, part of the second substitute, that you're pulling those out and then you'll bring them back to the council. Is that clear?
Yes, that's correct. So those are no longer in the bill. Those were pulled out of the second substitute, and we would request a meeting in the near future to talk about that specifically so that we can clear up any concerns or confusion.
Thank you.
Any other questions, President White, before? Okay. Then at this point, I will entertain a motion regarding Bill 11321, or I'm sorry, Substitute Bill 118-21, the second substitute bill.
I move to send Bill 118-21 to the full council with a favorable recommendation.
I second.
So there has been a motion to send the second substitute bill 11821, and it has been duly seconded. Clerk Jones, could you please take the roll call?
Yes. Councilmember Nisdowski.
Aye.
Councilmember Thomas Morgan.
Aye.
Councilmember Hammond.
Aye.
Vice President McBride.
Aye.
Councilmember Davis.
Nay.
Councilmember Lee.
Aye.
Councilmember Warner.
Aye.
Councilmember Wax.
Nay.
President White.
Aye.
7 ayes.
Thank you, Clerk Jones. The second substitute bill 118-21 will be sent to the full council with a favorable recommendation. So we are going to move on now to Bill 119-21. Clerk Jones, will you please give Bill 119-21 a second reading?
11921, public hearing on an ordinance of the Common Council of the City of South Bend, Indiana, reaffirming ordinance number 10736-20 and fixing the annual pay and monetary fringe benefits of sworn members of the South Bend Police Department for calendar year 2022.
Thank you. Is there a committee report?
Yes, this bill was heard in Personnel Finance. This
Yes. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry.
This bill was heard in Personnel and Finance this afternoon and comes to you with a favorable recommendation.
Thank you. Mr. Parker.
Thank you, Chair. Bill 119-21 is a reaffirmation of the Police Department salary ordinance. This original ordinance was passed in 2020 following successful negotiations with the FOP, and it was a 2-year agreement covering 2021 and 2022. So this simply reaffirms those terms which were negotiated last year. But I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Council members, is there any questions? regarding this bill? Councilwoman Hammond?
Do we have any proof that the increase in the pay for police officers has led to greater retention?
That's a great question. If there's anyone here who can answer that. I don't know the retention numbers offhand, but we can definitely get you that information.
Well, we're voting tonight. Secondly would be,
You posted a chart before of the retention by department.
The turnover? Yeah. So, and so it is, I mean, it's about 6% thus far in 2021. I don't know how that compares to previous years, but I can't get that.
It's about half the average of the, had a 13% average, right?
Good evening again. And of course, we have anecdotal evidence of feedback from our officers about what the compensation meant to them, but also just recently, the lack of compensation in a neighboring jurisdiction has led to the interest of 5 laterals coming into South Bend. So these pay issues, especially within our region, are important with recruiting and retaining officers. So a neighboring jurisdiction didn't give adequate pay increases and now is looking to lose a number of their officers, and they're looking at SPPD.
do you might want to stay just 1 second?
Sure.
Thank you, Mayor. There was also conversation last year around this contract that we were trying to hold on to potential retirees. Did we keep them active duty, or did they retire anyway?
Well, I mean, we have a number of retirees every year, but we were facing, I think, close to a third or maybe even more going into this year. Now, the contract was structured in such a way to stagger some of the compensation levels as well as what would be the increase to the pension base. And so that was deliberate so that it didn't happen all at once. But we do expect to see, you know, we always lose some officers as given that the time is up and they're moving on to retirement or other endeavors. But this year, we actually did, you know, we were facing, you know, you don't want to say catastrophic, but a large decrease of officers, and we did not see that drop. And we do think the compensation package was a part of that. We do face that challenge again this year because, you know, this is the next year or going into 2022 because this is the final year of this contract. So there may be people who say, you know, they wanted to get the full pension base before moving on into retirement. So that's what we're facing in 2022, and that's why we're working hard to recruit and make sure that we don't lose others that would otherwise stay.
Thank you for that response. I appreciate it.
Is there any other council members that have a question regarding this bill? Councilwoman Tomas Morgan?
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick one. Let's see. This is a reaffirmation of a bill that was passed in 2020, passed 7-2, by 7-2 votes. Just because, to go back in history, Chair, could you remind us who the council representatives were that were representing the council on this negotiation? I believe there were 3 council members.
That was myself, Jake Teshka, Attorney Palmer. Who was the other person?
That was it.
I think that was it. I
That
think it
was
was just me and Jake.
But a third member withdrew.
I'm sorry?
That third
Oh,
council member.
that's great. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other?
I mainly just wanted to raise that to thank you for the hours of work that was done. I know there were significant days, hours that went into this work, and thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions?
Nope.
Nope. Okay, then we are going to move on to the public hearing. Is there anyone from the public wishing to speak in favor of Bill 119-21?
I don't see anyone from the virtual public expressing interest to speak in favor of this bill.
Okay, is there anyone wishing to speak in opposition of the bill?
I don't see anyone expressing interest in express an interest to speak in opposition of this bill as well.
Okay, thank you, Clerk Jones. At this point, the public hearing on Bill 119-21 is now closed. Is there any statements of council members would like to make? If not, I'd like to make entertain a motion regarding the bill.
I make a motion to send Bill 119-21 to the full council with a favorable recommendation.
There has been a motion made and duly seconded. Clerk Jones, could you please call the roll for Bill 119-21?
Councilmember Thomas Morgan.
Aye.
Councilmember Hammond.
Aye.
Vice President McBride.
Aye.
Councilmember Davis. Councilmember Lee.
Aye.
Councilmember Warner.
Aye.
Councilmember Wax. Councilmember Nisgowsky.
Aye.
President White. Aye. 9 ayes.
Thank you, Clerk Jones. Bill 119-21 will be sent to the full council vote with a favorable recommendation. We're going to move on now to Bill 120-21. Clerk Jones, will you please give that bill a second reading?
120-21, public hearing on an ordinance of the Common Council of the City of South Bend, Indiana, fixing maximum wages of Teamster employees for calendar years 2022, 2023, and 2024.
Thank you. Is there a committee report?
This bill comes out of the Personnel and Finance Committee with a favorable recommendation.
Thank you.
Chair, it's a substitute bill. You need to accept the substitute.
Oh. That is a substitute bill? Yes, it is. Oh, it is a substitute.
I make a motion to accept the substitute.
There's been a motion, it's been seconded. Clerk Jones, could you please call the roll to accept the second, or the substitute bill?
We do not.
Oh, we don't.
For procedure.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you for that, Councilmember Wax. That was pleasant. Yeah, the substitute bill 120-21 is the Teamster salary ordinance. So this substitute bill comes to you following successful negotiations with the local union. What is in the salary ordinance is the monetary part of those negotiations, specifically the wages. In general, the salary ordinance calls for a 2.5% increase in 2022, a 2% increase in 23, and a 2% increase in 24. As we talked about during committee this afternoon, there are increases that are targeted that are higher than that based on market demand and our desire and need to attract and retain individuals into those positions and to pay a little bit higher in order to do that, specifically for solid waste drivers, neat crew operators, and mechanics. So those you will see in the substitute bill when you look at the wages. They do have a 2021 equivalent rate that is higher than what they are actually getting paid in 2021, and that equivalent rate is what the increases are based on. There is also in the text of the bill the addition of the discretionary ability to pay hiring bonuses and recruitment incentives. Again, we're seeing, especially on the solid waste side, CDL drivers, especially this is very standard, and this is what is being expected in order to allow us to recruit. And so we did ask for the ability to add those into the Teamster salary ordinance. I'm happy to answer any questions that council members might have.
Okay, thank you. Council members, do you have any questions? Okay, I do not see any questions. Okay, then we're going to move on to the public hearing. Clerk Jones, is there anyone from the public wishing to speak in favor of the bill?
I do not see anyone from the public wishing to speak in favor of Bill 12021.
Is there anyone wishing to speak in opposition? Are you speaking in favor or opposition? I'm sorry, I didn't see you,
In
Sharon.
favor.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that.
Sharon Benicki, 3822 Ford Street. While in general I'm in favor of this, I heard mention of retention bonus and longevity bonuses and new hire bonuses. I think that the current employees deserve those probably more so than new employees. I'm glad to see the Teamsters are finally getting a small token of what they deserve, but they also deserve more. But thank you for a step forward instead of holding the line.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anybody else wishing to speak in favor? Okay, now is there anyone wishing to speak in opposition?
I don't see anyone from the virtual public wishing to speak in opposition of Bill 1/2021.
Okay, at this point, the public hearing on Bill 120-21 is now closed. Council members wish to make a statement regarding the bill. Councilwoman Rachel Tomas Morgan.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to just say that I was pleased to witness and be a part of this agreement, and I want to extend my thanks to all who worked to bring this to a successful conclusion, the result of which I believe results in a healthy relationship with city employees. Thank you to all our workers who labor to keep our city running smoothly on a daily basis, despite rain, snow, and pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Hammond?
Yes, I was one of the 3 council members also that worked during these negotiations, and I concur with what Councilwoman Tomas Morgan has mentioned. These are individuals that work very hard and help to keep the city running efficiently, and we appreciate them, and I appreciated being part of this process.
Thank you. Is there any other council members wishing to make a statement regarding the bill? Councilman Lee?
I just want to thank all of those who did the heavy lifting and working and making this process successful. And so thank you for your time and your energy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. President White?
Yes, I would like to also thank not only the council members who are part of the negotiation team, but also the attorney, Bob Palmer, as well as the city representatives. As someone has said, that we're moving in the right direction. I'm very pleased with some of the general part of the Teamsters ordinance, but also adding those additional incentives. During the pandemic, many of our Teamsters members could not stay at home. The work had to continue, but it was also double because of COVID. And, they came under a lot of questions, citizens asking why this had not been picked up and other types of concerns. But I think that what we have before us with this salary ordinance is a very positive step, and I'm very encouraged as we move forward.
Thank you, President White. At this time, seeing no other statements, I would entertain a motion regarding Bill 120-21, the substitute bill.
I make a motion to send Bill 120-21 to the full council with a favorable recommendation.
Second.
Thank you. There's been a motion. It's been seconded. Clerk Jones, will you call the roll for substitute bill 120-21?
Councilmember Lee?
Aye.
Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Vice President McBride?
Aye.
Councilmember Warner?
Aye.
Councilmember Wax?
Aye.
Councilmember Miskowski?
Aye.
Councilmember Tomas Morgan?
Aye.
Councilmember Hammond?
Aye.
President White?
Aye.
9 ayes.
Thank you, Clerk Jones. Substitute Bill 120-21 will be sent to the full council with a favorable recommendation. Can I get a motion to accept the substitute Bill 121-21?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Clerk Jones, could you call the roll?
Yes. Councilmember Davis?
Or I think we could just do it by
Correct.
well, yeah. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Clerk Jones, could you now please give it a second reading? Yes. Oh, it's substitute Bill 121-21.
12121, public hearing on an ordinance of the common council of the city of South Bend, Indiana, fixing maximum salaries and wages of appointed officers and non-bargaining employees of executive departments of the city of South Bend, Indiana for the calendar year 2022.
Thank you. Is there a committee report?
Yes, Bill 120-21 comes to the council with no recommendation.
Thank you. Mr. Parker?
All right, thank you, Chair. So this is the second substitute bill, 121-21. Just to go through the changes, we went through some of these in committee earlier today, and then we did add two from the first substitute to the second substitute. So from the original non-bargaining salary ordinance, which was filed with council several weeks ago, the changes, we did move the standard raise from 2% to 2.5% and add a $1,000 city residency incentive bonus, as well as increase the full-time employee minimum wage to $32,000 annually, and remove from the executive department's salary ordinance the ordinance violation bureau clerk position. So this position will remain, and I believe it has remained in the filed version of the clerk's office non-bargaining salary ordinance. But this will not be in the administration for the 2022 budget or salary ordinance. The two final items on this non-bargaining salary ordinance are the changes that were made from the first substitute to the second substitute, which is the removal of the neighborhood response specialist position from the salary ordinance. So if you remember, this is a position that was proposed late in the process, a week or so ago, as a position within the Department of Community Investment. Talking with council members, it seemed as though a little bit more clarity and communication and conversation was needed before we would be ready to move forward with that position, and so we did remove it from the second substitute bill. The other item is the reduction of the proposed increase for the executive director of the Department of Community Investment. The original proposal was to increase that position 9%, again, to be more in line with what other city department heads are at, and to be more commensurate with the level of responsibility that position has. Based on some feedback from council members, we did reduce that proposed increase from 9% down to 5%. It is still a step in the right direction for that position, for sure. And so we did want to make sure that we're addressing everybody's concerns, but still move that position a little bit up, given the level of responsibility. With that, this is obviously the non-bargaining salary ordinance is very big. It's sort of a culmination of a lot of different conversations that have happened over the budget process. And so I'm happy to answer any questions on any of these items or any of the items that are within the salary ordinance itself.
Thank you, Mr. Parker. Council members, do you have any questions regarding the substitute bill 121-21? Councilman Warner?
I do, yeah. The executive director of DCI down to 5% raise from 9%. I thought we looked this afternoon. So where in the department level of department heads would this put Mr. Garces?
So I believe what this would do is there's essentially, and we can get the full list from top to bottom, but there's essentially 4 department heads that make substantially similar: the Corporation Counsel, the City Controller, the Executive Director of Venues, Parks and Arts, and then the Director of Public Works. And all 4 of those positions are in the neighborhood of $125,000 to $130,000 annually. This proposed increase of 5%, I believe, puts the Executive Director of DCI at about $114,000 annually.
Okay, I have a follow-up. So Mr. Garces is obviously one of our minority department heads. How many other minority department heads do we have?
We could pull the demographics, but there is at least one other, Chief Buchanan. But yes, I believe that might be if we're thinking through them.
We got one here, and
Denise,
another one right here.
She's Filipino.
There you go.
So, okay.
And definitely understand that we always look to compensate based on responsibilities. This is a step in the right direction, but it should not be thought of as the last step. We need to make sure that we are making sure that all of our department heads are paid commensurate with their level of responsibility. And so continuing this conversation, whether it's outside of the budget process or within the budget process next year, is something that the administration is interested in doing.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Tomas Morgan.
Thank you, Chair. I just have a couple comments, and I promise I will end with a question. I just want to say that this bill has, this second substitute bill, the bill in general has some very attractive features in it. And I just want to remind all of us that this ordinance represents approximately 1,000 jobs. And in my opinion, I am really pleased that we're able to provide a standard raise of 2% to 2.5%, which is still a conservative raise, especially in light of non-bargaining employees receiving only 0.3% last year in 2021, with the exception of the mayor, of course, who received 0. Thirdly, I just want to say, sorry, losing track here. Thirdly, I applaud the city residency incentive. I think for the reasons we do that with fire and police, the same is true with city non-bargaining employees. And I, fourthly, just want to remind people that we are in a very competitive job market today. There is a lot of mobility across the nation for jobs, and attracting and retaining talent. I see it on a daily basis. And we need to keep that, we need to be cognizant of that and keep that forefront in our minds. And I'll end with my question. From my personal perspective, my concern is of parity across department heads. And the position that we happen to be talking about here is held by the only native Spanish speaker and Latino. So if we see ourselves as the employer, are we as a council challenging parity in pay?
Yes, understood, and appreciate the question, and that is why the parity in pay and pay commensurate with the level of responsibility, pay commensurate with what's needed to attract and retain good talent, is why the original version of this ordinance did propose a 9% increase. Based on feedback from council members, that's why the substitute bill does reduce that down to 5%. But the administration agrees that we will, at some point, need to make sure that we address this, whether it's over one budget cycle or over several budget cycles. And again, want to make sure that we continue that conversation.
Councilwoman Hammond.
Thank you. Just a point of clarity, Mr. Parker, when we're looking at the graphic that we've been given, where it says 2022 salaries, those are actual salaries, not salary caps.
No, those are salary caps. My
Those
apologies.
are salary caps.
That's correct.
So, you have mentioned to this council more than once that most positions are not paid at their cap.
That's correct, yes. I want to say it changes year to year as people leave, and generally speaking, people who have been in their positions for a long time are those that are closer to the cap, which does make some sense. But anywhere in the neighborhood of 10 to 20% is what we can generally see of individuals that are near their cap within, $1,000 or so.
Thank you.
Any other council members? Councilman Henry Davis?
Sure, thank you, Chair. Housing, food deserts, crime, street lights, tree pruning are issues that we've talked about that have not been met with the results that this council has asked for, whether we see it happening or the funding is there, that goes to these employees to make sure that these things are there. We just went through a slide from Denise showing where the divide for the digital it still exists. And these are the people that we're funding that do the work. With all that being said, a person that is impacted greatly in his district by those things that I just named off, why would I vote for this?
So I'm not sure I fully understand the question.
No,
but,
I can ask it again now.
But all of those items are priorities. You mentioned housing. We're proposing to add actually several positions dedicated to actually programming out the investment in housing. And Santi, I'm sure, would be happy to go through those. You mentioned streetlights. There's continuing the investment in the Public Works team that works with neighborhood infrastructure, curb and sidewalk, and the streetlights, the Light Up South Bend program. You mentioned tree canopy, continuing the investment in the VPA team, the forestry division, which helps work with trimming trees across the city. So all of those items are in here, and as well as especially on some of the big strategic initiatives that are coming out of DCI and other places with the ARP dollars, adding additional people, individuals to help program those dollars. So I think that the answer to the question of why would you vote for this is because it addresses the concerns that you have.
Now, I've been here this entire time. I've been present the entire time. I've gotten your worksheets and spreadsheets and all of everything that this council deserves. And the same questions I can bring up have not been met. This is just Henry now, have been not met with an answer that has been intentional at taking care of those basic items that I brought up. So why I say that, why I ask that question, is because if those things are not meeting or passing the smell test as a representative for an area in the city, then I'm going to be less likely to support the growth of government to say that we're going to take care of these things if there hasn't been any movement prior to the new dollars and the introduction of these new jobs.
Yeah, Councilman,
Was that a second question, or that was a continuation of your first question, Councilman?
That was a continuation of it. It was just a comment. Why?
Okay, I was just making sure, because we had two questions. Did you have another question?
No, I'm done now.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yeah, I can briefly connect. Again, this is some clarifying slides that we presented to the council.
Okay, thank you.
A little while ago that connected this staffing with the programming for areas that some of which you have mentioned. So again, we requested in community investment that neighborhood grant specialists to help us manage some of the increased access to funding from the federal and state government. Obviously, most of these dollars go to address housing, homelessness, and other key priority areas that impact low-income residents. We have also talked about expanding the housing repair program. And again, we've added, as part of the bill that you're looking at, we've added new positions that includes manager of housing programs, new housing inspectors, and new housing program specialists, precisely to be able to handle the applications, all the information that we reviewed earlier in the Residential Neighborhood Association program. We have also staff dedicated to address the new construction that we're proposing. We of staff that we're proposing that would support home buyer assistance, including potentially doing down payment assistance, clearance of titles, and other things that are barriers for people to become homeowners. We've added a dedicated workforce manager precisely to connect residents with opportunities as we start seeing new investment in green infrastructure, lead certification, and other critical projects. We think that this is an important investment. This is the overhead, if you will. Obviously, this position is not applicable anymore, but hopefully that helps connect some of those items. And again, this is a work in progress. Over the past few years, we've added positions that address some other items that you've addressed, including food equity and food access. Our engagement and economic empowerment team have dedicated a substantial amount of time to help address those issues. So hopefully that helps you with your discernment.
Is there any other questions from council members? Councilman Lee?
I just wanted to again reiterate the fact that it's 161 employees that will get $1,000 as for their city residency incentive, and then also looking at we're increasing full-time employee minimum wage to $32,000 annually, which, you know, that's not. I mean, that's good, but you know, if we look at it, I know that's you know that still leaves people challenging, but it's a good step in the right direction. And the things that we were asking, the removing of the neighborhood response specialist position. I do, when I see the reduce of the executive director of DCI from 9% to 5%, it, as Troy Warner said, it's challenging, and we want to make sure that we are doing right by the people and their job and being paid on the scale of the level of other executive directors. So I just want to be mindful of that. And, you know, we are trying to look out for the best interests of our employees for the city.
Do you have another question, or that's
it?
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure. Any other questions for this bill? Okay, seeing none, then we're going to move to the public hearing portion. Is there anyone here wishing to speak in favor of Bill 121-21, substitute bill?
There's no one from the virtual public that is expressing interest to speak in favor of Bill 121-21.
Is there anyone here wishing to speak in opposition? Please state your name and address.
Jason Benicki, 3822 Ford Street. I feel Henry's frustration very much. You know, it's great to say, hey, if we add more people, it'll fix the problem. If we spend more money, it'll fix the problem. At what point do we have to see results before we spend more money? Because we've done this for years. We're going to add this position that's going to take care of this problem. If we bump this salary, it's going to take care of this problem. We're talking about bumping a director up to $120,000 and being behind others. Well, the average income for a household in this city is $40,000. Maybe we need to look at those numbers when we start handing out $120,000 and $130,000 salaries. You know, we sit here and we're talking, yeah, $32,000 is a struggle for a lot of people in the city. But yet, we've continually advocated raising taxes and raising fees up there. When do we start doing our job and being fiscally responsible and saying, hey, we can't afford this. We're $6.7 million over budget. We've been over budget for the last 5 years. And maybe this year, going with last year, we hold the line. Guess what? The county's been doing it for over a decade now, having to hold the line with their employees. And guess what? They're still retaining employees. They're still retaining their top people. You know what? At some point, government jobs aren't just about the salary. And at some point, you have to say, when's enough enough? Maybe twice the household income should be the cap for a director position. Because I know we gave Director of Venues, Parks and Arts a huge salary because he was going to be the sole director, and now we have a Director of Arts, a Director of Parks, and a Director of Venues underneath of him again. So we gave this big salary that we now had to bump everybody else's salary up to match to for a job he doesn't even do anymore. So it's your guys' job up there to say, hey, who's delivering results? We can't just give you 2 or 2.5% because another year went by. Did you actually make progress on some of these on these key initiatives? No, you didn't. You don't get anything. Your department doesn't get anything. It's what happens in the real world. It's what happens when you have to work for a company and deliver a profit and a result for a company. You don't just get a raise for showing up for another 12 months. No, if you didn't do your job, if you didn't deliver results for your stakeholders, you get nothing or fired. And instead here, for 5+ years, it's just been raise after raise after raise, and it keeps coming out of the taxpayer's pocket. And like I said 2 weeks ago, at some point you got to remember there are taxpayers around here who just can't afford to keep having their pocket picked every time instead of saying, hey, we're going to be a little disciplined. We're going to show a little accountability and say no more until you actually do what you're being tasked to do. Creating more jobs is not the answer. I agree, Henry. We can't just keep expanding the size of government and hope, boy, that'll fix it this time. If it didn't fix it last time, why is it going to fix it this time? That has to be the questions these people are answering up here. Why all of a sudden is adding more people who aren't actually out doing the work, by the way. Just sitting in offices, for the most part, pushing paperwork isn't going to fix the problem. It's not going to get the trees cut. It's not going to get the vacant lots cut. It's not going to get the lights put up. It's not going to get cars slowed down driving through neighborhoods. It's not going to get any of these issues fixed. It's time to hold people accountable and just stop throwing good money after bad.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else wishing to speak in opposition?
Sharon Benicki, 3822 Ford Street. As I've said through the last couple budget meetings that I've heard here, you're picking our pockets every time we turn around. Our sewer's going up, our trash is going up. You're pushing through a budget that's got an astronomical deficit. And last budget, you talked about last 2 weeks ago, the raises were 2%. Whoops, all of a sudden, somebody found more money. So instead of holding the line and maybe not having such a big deficit, now we're giving out 2.5% raises. But yet, my tax rates keep going up and everything else is going up. Why not hold the line like I asked 2 weeks ago? Hold the line, flatline the budget, get the spending out of control, bring things back in, stop picking the citizens' pockets. Like he said, $40,000 is the average income of a person in South Bend. They can't afford all these big fancy raises and all this hoopla that you want to give. Henry knows he can't afford a $10 million dream center because they can build it, no one will come. And in a few years, it'll be falling apart like all the others. $2 million for rehab and tearing down buildings, but how much money is it going to take to get rid of the Drury site? That's contaminated. It's been how many years sitting there waiting to be taken care of? And then you've got all the other big buildings on Sample Street. You know, the few million you're doing is not going to even put a drop in the bucket. And you want to give out 2.5% raises, spend the money wisely. You've got COVID money, put it into the sewers.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else wishing to speak in opposition?
There is no one from the public that is expressing interest to speak in opposition of Bill 12121.
Okay, at this point, then, the public meeting is now closed on this bill. Is there any statements at council? Oh. You are correct. There is a 5-minute rebuttal. Thank you, President White.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Thank you, President White. Just real briefly, would like to say that we do, and certainly I do, I spend most of my time doing it, take fiscal responsibility very seriously, and the budgets that we've proposed over the past 5 years, we believe really strike a good balance between fiscal responsibility and making sure we're being good stewards of the public's dollars, and making sure that we are not sitting on historic levels of inflow of cash into the community, and really we're getting those resources out into the community. And I think that the evidence that shows that we've done a fairly good job of doing that, led by council, is that we do to this day have historic levels of reserves, and which allow us to have budgets that have a slight deficit on a year-over-year basis. We can stomach that. And as I said earlier, continue to work towards a more balanced budget in the long term.
Thank you. Okay, with that, if there's no one else wishing to speak, we are going to close the public hearing on the bill. Is there any statements that council members wish to make? Councilwoman Hammond?
Yes, I've had conversations with several of the council members. There has never been an intention to single out any single individual on capping the salary caps. So I would like to propose an amendment for the Bill 12121, that we limit all of the salary increases that are not new positions to a 5% increase.
On the question, so there's a custodian, I noticed, he's getting a 6.35% raise. So you're talking everybody in that list capped at 5%.
It's twice what the other employees are making.
And if I could just clarify that one, the custodian position is the position that is impacted by the minimum wage increase, so capping it at 5% would reduce that minimum wage down from $32,000.
That's interesting.
So we're not, we're okay with.
Second.
You're going to recess for 5 minutes.
I just asked him that. If it was yes, he said yes. Well, not the ones that they raise us. No. Yeah, I would ask him what that impact would be for all.
I mean, it would do nothing to the rest of the budget. It would just come out. Just anything over 5% would come out.
Parker. Are there any other positions other than the janitor affected in such a way?
Yeah, right here. Yeah.
There's 33 positions that this would affect.
Yeah, I'm aware.
May I just finish budgeting?
So,
Thank you. Thank you.
I can tell you what's happening. It's a violation of open door law. That's what's happening.
I've been very consistent with these conversations. Well, I have had these, and I've sent them to Mr. Parker. And you, I mean, questions, I can show you the emails. He and I have been back and forth constantly.
Last minute substitution at 7:00.
I didn't submit it.
So it just would be, we're talking about, we're frustrated with each other about communication, and it's still not happening, so. It's all at the expense of our non-bargaining employees.
I thought there was a motion to amend.
I would suggest going back into the meeting before we violate the open door law even further than it's already been
The meeting is
violated.
now back in session. Oh, it's only 9:30. So we have plenty of time. So, Attorney Palmer, there was a motion on the floor.
There's a motion on the floor to amend Bill 121. I'm not sure if I heard a second before there was another motion to recess.
There is a motion on the floor. Is there a second for that motion?
There was a second by President White, yes.
So who seconded the motion?
President White seconded the motion.
I'm sorry. I will rescind my second. I know that I can only speak for myself and hopefully for others. The intent was never to single out one position. And so I will rescind my second, and I would like to make a motion that we would continue the second substitute bill and to allow the council to have more discussion, and so that we would at least hopefully be on the same page as we move forward.
Second.
President White, just for clarification, was it the motion to table or continue committee of the whole discussion?
To our next council meeting, which I think is going to be the 25th. Okay, there's been a motion, and it's been seconded to continue substitute bill 121-21 to the next council meeting, which is October the 25th. Clerk Jones, could you please call the roll?
Chair,
Yes.
again, just to clarify, for council portion only,
Oh,
discussion on committee of the whole.
for the next meeting.
Yes.
Clerk Jones, could you call the roll call, please?
On the motion, I'd like to comment here.
I'm speechless.
I'm stunned. This, I don't even know what to say. I'm stunned. I think this council should step up and take a vote on this bill tonight and stop playing games. Obviously, there were substitutes at 7:08, so there were some kind of things were discussed and talked about in the back room, and then now we come out here tonight and try to continue those backroom discussions out here in a recess. I disagree with tabling this and moving forward. I think we need to have accountability and ethics, and I think we need to vote on this bill one way or another tonight.
May I make a comment? I want to say for the record, I didn't have a conversation with anybody just a few minutes ago or today on this council, and I think some of the problem is some of the council do not talk to the other council members, and no one has had a discussion with me, and so with me being surprised with what came out on the floor as well, but we are colleagues that we're supposed to have dialogue with one another. So whatever, and my caution is sometimes when you delay a vote, you get it right. Because if you make the decision to have a vote today and it don't pass, it won't come back. So sometimes when you see that there is chaos or uncertainty, and I'm not saying on my part, but on other constituents' part, and you want to unify and work together, the best thing to do is to delay a vote, because delay don't mean that it's denied. Delayed mean that we need to unify and get on the same accord, because if you go from, and I have not talked to anybody, but from the sense that I'm feeling, from me leaving to take a restroom break and not speaking to nobody, but saying what's going on when it just happened, live and in person, if you go through with the vote and it dies, then you're hurting other departments and the opportunity. So if you want to continue with the vote, that would be, sometimes you got to make wise decisions. So you could pose the vote if a motion comes behind it. I just caution sometimes with that decision.
We continue debate on this motion on the floor. I would like to point out that I asked for a recess because I wanted to confer with our controller to see how the amendment that was proposed would affect other. I don't believe I had any conversations with anybody with regard to further continuing changes. I can't speak for anybody else, but it wasn't to continue, at least on my part, to continue any dealings. It was to see the ramification of the amendment that was just proposed. That said, I do agree with your sentiment that we've been dealing with this for a long time. I know where I am on this. I want to move forward.
And I would like to say too, when I made that motion to continue, and I concur with Councilwoman McBride, it was to see if we could reach common ground so that we as a council could have that level of discussion. Clearly, discussions have occurred, and many of, I can only speak for myself. For example, when that position was added, I had no idea that that position was added. I was surprised. And again, I think there's assumption that certain individuals are privy to certain information, others are not, and then others are feeling that they are not privy. So there are some bigger issues here, and so my motion was not to delay it because of the sake to delay, was to pull the council together and have a different level of conversation.
Anybody else? Councilwoman Rachel Tomas Morgan.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just honestly frustrated right now. To Councilmember McBride's comment, I agree this is how the sausage is made in many ways, but we could have delayed the first substitute bill if our concern was continued debate. And yet we at 7:08 today received a second substitute bill, so there was a meeting somewhere that happened that brought this to the floor. And so I'm not really sure where I'm going with this, other than just sharing frustration and what I'm observing here tonight. I can understand wanting to move this forward, and I think it's important to move something forward tonight with some agreements. So with that, I'll just say that I would like to, I just state this as a comment. I want us to continue to look at parity in positions at the same levels in the city, and that be a continued conversation among the council. And with regard to the position that was proposed, and we discussed last week, it was the first that I had heard about it too, but I respected that, some of us here on the council felt that that was an important position for whatever reason. And so I was giving due respect to whomever those council members were that proposed that. It seemed reasonable, rational, in terms of how it was justified. So that was my, I guess, the comments I made last week was that I could support that, given that there were council members here who had discussed that. So anyway, that's,
The only input I'll
We don't have a
reiterate
closing.
again was until tonight, when Mr. Parker presented the 9% to the 5% increase. I had heard that conversation from council members and while I was on vacation. That's the only department that I had been hearing about. And so when I heard the multiple departments in the cap, it's the first I heard of that. So that's when, whether we want to vote on it or not, again, I would caution, if we move forward with that vote and there's not a level of discussion, it would be final. So, again, I would caution before we just want to be quick. This is what we're here for. This is fiscal responsibility. This is what the budget process is. And whether we like it or not, I just got off a flight last night from Miami, so I'm just as tired of everyone else. But this is what healthy discussions are about. We have unprecedented already have one more bill and have unified tonight to pass them. So to have one vote for clarification and not misinterpretation of what somebody thinks or feel, I just caution that we continue to proceed, and the budget is not even due to be passed, and we're on track for that for 2 weeks. So I just, again, caution the decision that we make tonight. As a veteran.
And since everybody has got to make a statement, I think I'm going to make a statement, because this substitute bill that was brought before us, I felt like it was singling out a certain department head who is minority, who this council continually talks about, WMBEs, equity and inclusion, equal pay. When you look at women in the workforce that struggle for these things every day, and we have someone from the Latinx community that is a major position in this administration, and we're singling him out to say that he cannot make equal pay from his other fellow department heads, does not set a good precedence for me. Not when we talk about all those things about advancing minorities, advancing women business-owned companies. So for me, it didn't feel right, that he would almost have to justify his own position and the hard work that he has done to get where he is at. So I do hope that we can come to some type of conclusion this evening on this bill. And this, to me, is just, I'm kind of speechless, to be honest with you, that we're at this point right now. Yes, Councilwoman Hammond.
I'd like to point out that no one on this council wrote that second substitute bill. That was not a conversation that I ever had with anyone about singling out a particular department. The conversation is about limiting the raises, because we are looking at some of these position raises that are 21% increases. And the fair thing, the equitable thing seems to find a cap that you would place on the salary increases across the board. Again, there was no conversation about a single department ever. And I have had this conversation with Mr. Parker multiple times about equity. So increasing some people 21% while everybody else is getting 2.5%, that is not equitable.
And I would like to say that that was one reason why I made the motion to continue, because again, looking at even having a cap at 5%, the need to have some additional discussions about what would be that overall impact of that. and that needs to happen, and we need to have that discussion as a council, and not from an individual perspective. In regards to council members asking for a position to be put into the budget, I think that there is a process for that. I was very taken back. I had no knowledge, and then that came in at the last budget hearing that we had. And so I did have some concerns. I think I expressed those concerns when that position came up as well. So again, I think that, as Councilwoman McBride has said, that this, you look at all the other ordinance and the bills that we have worked ourselves through, and this one needs more clarity in regards to what was presented as the second substitute bill. And I think it would just serve the council well to have that discussion and to also have that information and discussion with Dan Parker and to see what would be the overall impact if that was to be the case.
Are we willing to, all of us at this budget process has probably been the hardest thing that we've done. And it hasn't been good for everybody. Certainly seeing how everyone is feeling some kind of way about something. I always try to not to make emotional decisions in the time of emotion because I want to make sure that the decision that I make is the right one with some thought to it. So I'm asking, would we be willing to, because everybody's cutting eyes, everybody's upset. We need to get on the same page.
Well, there's a motion on the floor, and that motion has been duly seconded. So the motion on the floor is to continue the substitute bill 121-21 to the next council meeting, which would be October the 25th. Clerk Jones, if you could call the roll, please.
Councilmember Lee,
Aye.
Councilmember Warner,
Councilmember Lee, you're going to have to come pray for me at work again, okay? Aye.
Councilmember Wax, Councilmember Nisgowsky,
Aye.
Councilmember Tomas Morgan,
Nay.
Councilmember Hammond,
Aye.
Vice President McBride, President White. 7 ayes.
Thank you, Clerk Jones. The substitute bill 121-21 will be continued to the next meeting, October 25th. Okay, we are on our last substitute bill. Can I have a motion to accept substitute bill 122-21?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed? Clerk Jones, will you please give substitute bill 122-21 a second reading?
Yes. 122-21, public hearing on an ordinance of the Common Council of the City of South Bend, Indiana, setting the annual salary for the mayor for calendar year 2022.
Thank you. Is there a committee report?
Yes, this bill comes out of Personnel and Finance with a favorable recommendation.
Thank you. Is the petitioner here? Mr. Parker?
Yes, thank you, Chair Nisgowsky. I was going to use this opportunity to thank you for the opportunity and the work you did on the budget process, and I will do that because this is a continued work, but it looks like we'll all come back in 2 weeks, and so I'll have the opportunity again to thank council for all the work that you're doing through the budget process and through the 10 bills that make up the 2022 budget. So this is one of them. This specific one is the mayor's salary for 2022. The substitute version of the bill simply moves the mayor's salary up 2.5% to be commensurate with the raise for the non-bargaining employees. So, but I'm happy to answer any questions that council members might have.
Thank you, Mr. Parker. Is there any questions from council members?
Sure.
Yes, Mr. Davis?
The first question is, to what level, how much is it that we're raising it to? The second, hold on, because these are together. The second one is that, how is that in comparison to all the other mayors in the state of Indiana?
So the ordinance does have the mayor's salary in it. It's, I believe, 115,000. I don't know the dollars, but it's 931. Thank you. So 115,000. I don't know offhand how that compares to other mayors' salaries in Indiana. But it is 2.5% above where his salary is today. And as I think was mentioned earlier by Councilmember Tomas Morgan, the mayor did not receive a raise in 2021. So that his salary has been level for 2020 and 2021, and so this would be 2.5% above that.
Yeah, so does the council, and the council has taken that on multiple times. And so it's not necessarily an applause that I would give to it, but it was just someone that was interested in, I guess, the public financial health. The reason why I asked about the other mayors, because we've been comparing all of the other positions that we obviously just finished talking about to other places and other things, and then why not talk about the mayor's salary, because he's not the highest paid city employee, and you would think that he will be somewhere near the top, or not even at the top. That's why I made that statement. But thank you for your answer.
Okay. Councilman Warner?
Yeah. Mr. Parker, the historic preservation specialist that's getting 22% raise that we've talked about 4 times in the last 4 weeks, why is that raised 22%?
So yes, that historic preservation specialist is 22%. Sure.
May I please, as a point of order, Councilman Warner, are you relaying that to this ordinance here as a comparison? Because this
question about
okay. Because we're talking about the ordinance for the mayor's salary. Okay, I just want a point of clarification, Mr. Parker. Thank you.
Sure. So I believe Santi can speak a little bit more to it, but the historic preservation specialist increase is offset by a decrease in a part-time position. So, but Santi can speak.
Yeah. Traditionally, there was a historic preservation administrator, a specialist, and a part-time inspector.
Excuse me,
and we
Chair.
provide-
That's not allowed, and that has not been allowed any other time. So I'm going to call that out, because I always get called out for things. And so I'm going to call that out.
Are you asking for a point of order?
I'll withdraw the question. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
If I can, the mayor annual salary for the state of Indiana is $169,000 plus.
Who?
The average mayor's salary in the state of Indiana, the average, $169,208.
169?
$169,208.
Wow.
Okay, is there any other questions from council members in reference to the substitute bill before us? Okay, at this time, I would like to move to the public hearing portion. Is there anyone here wishing to speak in favor of the substitute bill 112-21?
Yes, we have Jordan Geiger. Jordan, if you would unmute yourself and state your name and your address for the record, please.
And he's to speak in favor?
Okay. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm speaking in favor. Yeah, it's a 2.5% raise, right? Same as everyone else's. I had a question though about where the average salary for mayors across the state of Indiana. Where's that source from?
I can go back to it if you like.
I believe that,
All I did was Google the mayor's salary for the state of Indiana, and it pulled up. Let me see if I can get that.
yeah, that was not from Mr. Parker.
It was
That-
a Google?
That was from Councilwoman McBride. She Googled it, so you should be able to
it was a
find
Google.
that. Was that the only
Oh,
question you had?
yeah, okay. Yeah, I was just wondering what the source was. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to speak in favor of this bill? Is there anyone wishing to speak in opposition of this bill?
Sharon Benicki, 3822 Ford Street. As you know, I'm opposed to the 2.5% raises. In answer to the question, South Bend Mayor last year was paid out $117,780. The Fort Wayne Mayor was paid out $132,451. Evansville, which is above us in population, their mayor was paid out $100,534, and the mayor of Indianapolis was only paid $95,000. So you might want to think about that when you start handing out money hand over fist, because cities bigger than us are paying less than us and getting quality and better. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else wishing to speak in opposition of the bill?
We have Drew Duncan. Drew, if you would unmute yourself and state your name and your address for the record, please.
Drew Duncan, 2103 High Street, South Bend, Indiana. I'm actually just asking as a point of clarity on that average salary for mayors. Do you think that we could possibly Google what the average income of those citizens are as well? I think that's important when we talk about like averages, because a mayor being paid well should also mean that the city is being ran well, the opportunities are being produced in the city. So again, less opposition and more of a point of clarity. I'd like to know from those high salaried mayors, what is the average income of the citizens where those high powered mayors are being paid?
Okay, thank you for your comments. Mr. Parker, would you like to rebuttal at all with that question?
I don't know the answer to that question, so I can't rebuttal that. But we can provide, and Ms. Benicki did actually provide some of the data, but we can provide that information. It's all public, and we can work on pulling that together for council. But I do also want to point out that Indiana state law does prohibit council from lowering the mayor's salary. So that is against state law.
Yes, it is. Thank you, Mr. Parker. Is there anyone else wishing to speak in opposition of this bill?
That exhausts our list of those expressing interest to speak in opposition.
Thank you, Clerk Jones. At this time, I'm going to close the public portion hearing on this bill. If there's any statements council member would like to make on this bill, otherwise I would like to entertain a motion regarding the bill substitute 122-21.
Chair?
Yes.
I'll
You have a
make this
statement?
I'll make this a statement because I didn't enter it as a question, but it is my understanding that, my recollection that in the former administration, the mayor's salary, there was at least 1 year, if not maybe 2, where the mayor's salary was at 0%.
Yes, that's correct. I believe it was 2 years in the former administration, and then last year in this administration.
Thank you.
Any other statements?
Yeah, I only asked the question for just comparative analysis. I think we've done that for a number of other positions. It wasn't to start a storm or anything like that. I'm not saying that James does not deserve the salary that he's in line for. I don't say that for anyone, to be honest with you. I think everybody needs to get paid what they're worth. I was just interested in hearing a comparative analysis because we've been consistent with everything else. So that's why the question was asked. I didn't mean to cause a storm. So I make a motion for favorable recommendation.
Second.
There's been a motion and duly seconded for Bill Substitute 122-21. Clerk Jones, could you please call the roll?
Councilmember Lee,
Aye.
Councilmember Warner,
Aye.
Councilmember West, Councilmember Nisgowsky,
Aye.
Councilmember Tomas Morgan,
Aye.
Councilmember Hammond,
Aye.
Vice President McBride. Aye. Councilmember Davis,
Aye.
President White. Aye. 9 ayes.
Thank you, Clerk Jones. The substitute Bill 122-21 will be sent to the full council with a favorable recommendation. I will now entertain a motion to rise from the committee of the whole and report back to the full council.
So moved. Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Tied.
We're now entering the portion of the council where ordinance that were heard during the committee of the whole, action will be taken. Clerk Jones, will you please read Bill 113-21?
11321, third reading on an ordinance of the Common Council of the City of South Bend, Indiana, approving a petition of the Advisory Board of Zoning Appeals for the property located at 1710 North Turtle Creek Drive.
Thank you. Councilwoman Nisgowsky, is there a recommendation from the committee of the whole regarding Bill 113-21?
Yes, President White, Bill 113-21 was sent to the full council with a favorable recommendation.
I will now entertain a motion regarding Bill 113-21.
I move for passage. Second.
We have a motion, it's been seconded. Clerk Jones, will you please call the roll?
Yes. Councilmember Lee,
Aye.
Councilmember Davis, Vice President McBride. Aye. Councilmember Warner,
Aye.
Councilmember Wax.
Aye.
Councilmember Nisgowsky.
Aye.
Councilmember Tomas Morgan.
Aye.
Councilmember Hammond.
Aye.
President White.
Aye.
9 ayes.
Bill 113-21 has passed. Clerk Jones, will you please give third reading to Bill 117-21?
11721, third reading on an ordinance of the Common Council of the City of South Bend, Indiana, appropriating, adopting, and approving the South Bend Public Transportation Corporation's 2022 budget and levying the tax and fixing the rate of the taxation for the purpose of raising revenue to fund the South Bend Public Transportation Corporation, South Bend, Indiana, for the fiscal year ending December 31st, 2022.
I would like to state just for the council to recall that a public hearing had been held on this particular bill, and a recommendation this time will be forthcoming from, well, no, I don't need to have a recommendation because it's already been heard. I would like to ask from the council to have a motion regarding Bill 11721. It has already been heard under the Committee of the Whole, and it has been, a public hearing has also been held.
Move for passage.
Second.
There's a motion has been seconded. Clerk Jones, will you please call the roll?
Yes. Councilmember Davis. Vice President McBride. Aye. Councilmember Warner.
Aye.
Councilmember Wax.
Aye.
Councilmember Nisgowsky.
Aye.
Councilmember Tomas Morgan.
Aye.
Councilmember Hammond.
Aye.
Councilmember Lee.
Aye.
President White.
Aye.
9 ayes.
Bill 117-21 has been passed. Clerk Jones, would you give second reading to the second substitute bill of 11821, which has been amended in the committee of the whole.
Excuse me, President White, I believe that's been continued.
Oh, that's, okay. I'm sorry, I have the wrong note. Thank you so much. Just want to note that the second substitute bill,
No, we,
No, that's not the one.
121.
It's the next one.
yeah,
I'm
that's
sorry.
favorable.
I'm sorry.
Okay, well, thank you, Attorney Palmer. I thought I was losing it, and I'm glad that
No,
I'm
the
still
one who's
with
losing
you
it.
at this particular time. And so again, this bill has been amended in the committee of the whole. And so Clerk Jones, will you give third reading to second substitute bill of 118-21?
11821, third reading on an ordinance of the Common Council of the City of South Bend, Indiana, levying taxes and fixing the rate of taxation for the purpose of raising revenue to meet the necessary expenses of the civil city of South Bend for the fiscal year ending December 31st, 2022, and appropriating monies for the purpose of defraying the expenses of the city of South Bend, Indiana for the fiscal year beginning January 1st, 2022, and ending December 31st, 2022, including all outstanding claims and obligations, and fixing a time when the same shall take effect.
Thank you. I'll now Councilwoman Niskoski, is there a recommendation from the committee of the whole regarding the second substitute version of Bill 118-21?
Yes, President White. So second substitute bill 118-21 was sent to the full council with a favorable recommendation.
I will now entertain a motion regarding the second substitute version of Bill 118-21.
Move for passage.
Second?
Clerk Jones, will you please call the roll?
Yes. Councilmember Warner,
Aye.
Councilmember Wax, Councilmember Nisgowsky.
Aye.
Councilmember Thomas Morgan.
Aye.
Councilmember Hammond.
Aye.
Vice President McBride. Aye. Councilmember Davis. Councilmember Lee.
Aye.
President White.
Aye.
7 ayes.
Thank you. We'll now move to Bill 119-21. Clerk Jones, will you please give a third reading to Bill 119-21?
11921, third reading on an ordinance of the Common Council of the City of South Bend, Indiana, reaffirming ordinance number 1073-6-20 and fixing the annual pay and monetary fringe benefits of sworn members of the South Bend Police Department for calendar year 2022.
Councilwoman Niskoski, is there a recommendation from the committee of the whole regarding Bill 119-21?
Yes, President White. Bill 119-21 was sent to the full council with a favorable recommendation.
Councilmember, I'll now entertain a motion regarding Bill 119-21.
I move for passage.
Second.
We have a motion and it's been seconded. Clerk Jones, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Wax,
119-21.
Councilmember Nisgowsky,
Aye.
Councilmember Thomas Morgan,
Aye.
Councilmember Hammond,
Aye.
Vice President McBride,
Aye.
Councilmember Davis, Councilmember Lee,
Aye.
Councilmember Warner,
Aye.
President White.
Aye.
9 ayes.
Bill 119-21 has passed. Clerk Jones, will you now give third reading to substitute Bill 120-1, which was amended in the committee of the whole?
120-21, third reading on an ordinance of the Common Council of the City of South Bend, Indiana, fixing maximum wages of Teamster employees for calendar years 2022, 2023, and 2024.
Councilwoman Niskoski, from the committee of the whole, is there a recommendation regarding substitute Bill 120-21?
Yes, President White. The substitute bill 120-21 was sent to the council with a favorable recommendation.
Thank you. I'll now entertain a motion.
Sorry, I have a point of order. Just, President White, you mentioned that 120-21 was amended?
As a sub within, yeah.
Oh,
as a
I
sub,
see. Okay,
as
thank
in
you.
the committee of the whole.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks for that clarification.
No problem. I don't know, was there a motion?
Move for passage.
Second.
We have a motion, it's been seconded. Clerk Jones, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Nisgowsky.
Aye.
Councilmember Thomas Morgan.
Aye.
Councilmember Hammond.
Aye.
Vice President McBride.
Aye.
Councilmember Davis. Councilmember Lee.
Aye.
Councilmember Warner.
Aye.
Councilmember Wax.
Aye.
President White.
Aye.
9 ayes.
Thank you. Substitute Bill 120-21 has passed. 121 and Bill 121-21 will be continued until October the 25th. We'll now move to Substitute Bill 122-21, which was amended in the Committee of the Whole. Clerk Jones, will you please give third reading to Substitute Bill 122-21?
12221, third reading on an ordinance of the Common Council of the City of South Bend, Indiana, setting the annual salary for the mayor for calendar year 2022.
Thank you. Councilwoman Nisgowsky, is there a recommendation from the Committee of the Whole?
Yes, President White, Bill 122-21 was sent to the full council with a favorable recommendation.
I will entertain a motion regarding the Substitute Bill 122-21.
Move for passage. Second.
We have a motion, it's been seconded. Clerk Jones, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Thomas Morgan.
Aye.
Councilmember Hammond.
Aye.
Vice President McBride.
Aye.
Councilmember Davis. Councilmember Lee.
Aye.
Councilmember Warner.
Aye.
Councilmember Wax.
Aye.
Councilmember Nisgowsky.
Aye.
President White.
Aye.
9 ayes.
Substitute Bill 122-21 has passed. We'll now move into Bill's first reading. Clerk Jones, will you please give first reading to Bill 123-21?
12321, first reading on an ordinance of the Common Council of the City of South Bend, Indiana, setting the annual salary for the Common Council members for calendar year 2022.
I would like to entertain a motion to send Bill 123-21 to Personnel and Finance Committee meeting and public hearing full council for October the 25th, 2021.
So, second.
I have a motion and it's been seconded. I don't need to do roll call. All those in favor of the motion, may I hear your vote?
Aye.
Those opposed, the motion carries. Clerk Jones, will you now give first reading to Bill 124-21?
12421, first reading on an ordinance of the Common Council of the City of South Bend, Indiana, fixing the annual pay and monetary fringe benefits of sworn members of the South Bend Fire Department for calendar years 2022, 2023, and 2024.
I will entertain a motion to send Bill 124-21 to Personnel and Finance Committee meeting and public hearing in full council for October the 25th, 2021.
So moved. Second.
We have a motion, and it's been seconded. All council members who are in favor of the motion, may I hear your vote? Aye.
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 Those opposed, the motion carries. Clerk Jones, will you now give first reading to Bill 125-21?
12521, first reading on an ordinance of the Common Council of the City of South Bend, Indiana, approving a petition of the Advisory Board of Zoning Appeals for the property located at 2614 Ford Street.
Will entertain a motion to send this to the Zoning and Annexation Committee meeting and public hearing and full council for November the 8th, 2021.
Second.
We have a motion, it's been seconded. All council members who are in favor of the motion, may I hear your vote?
Aye.
Those opposed, the motion carries. Clerk Jones, will you please give first reading to Bill 126-21? And I believe that this is a sub, so we need to accept the sub.
Not at the first reading.
Okay,
you
not
don't
first
need to.
reading, great. So council members, just remember that Bill 126-21 will be a sub once it comes before the full council. So the motion is to send this to Personnel and Finance Committee meeting and public hearing, and for the full council for October the 25th, 2021. I'm sorry. Okay, will you please give first reading to Bill 126-21?
12621, first reading on an ordinance of the Common Council of the City of South Bend, Indiana, setting the annual salary for the South Bend City Clerk for calendar year 2022.
Now would like to entertain a motion to send this to Personnel and Finance Committee meeting and public hearing and full council for October the 25th.
Second.
We have a motion, it's been seconded. All council members who are in favor of the motion, may I hear your vote?
Aye.
Those opposed, the motion carries. Clerk Jones, will you please give first reading to Bill 126-21? 127, thank you. It's late. There's still no excuse.
12721, first reading on an ordinance of the Common Council of the City of South Bend, Indiana, fixing maximum salaries and wages of deputies and non-bargaining employees appointed by the city clerk of the City of South Bend, Indiana, for the calendar year 2022.
I would now like to entertain a motion to send Bill 127-21 to Personnel and Finance Committee and public hearing and full council for October the 25th, 2021.
Second.
We have a motion, it's been seconded. All council members who are in favor of the motion, may I hear your vote?
Aye.
Those opposed, the motion carries. Clerk Jones, will you please give first reading to Bill 128-21?
12821, first reading on an ordinance of the Common Council of the City of South Bend, Indiana, approving a petition of the Advisory Board of Zoning Appeals for the property located at 1710 North Turtle Creek Drive.
Would like to entertain a motion to send Bill 128-21 to Zoning and Annexation Committee meeting and for public hearing full council for November the 8th, 2021.
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion, it's been seconded. All council members who are in favor of the motion, may I hear your vote?
Aye.
Those opposed, the motion carries. We'll now move to agenda item 13. Is there any unfinished business? Is there any new business?
Yes, I want to make sure that the members of the council are aware that there's another town hall meeting that I'm hosting at the Civil Rights Heritage Museum. It's coming Wednesday and it starts at 6 p.m. You all are invited. I think the conversation first time around was really, really good, and I think the second one is going to be better. We're going to focus on affordable housing. We have a nice panel. We have Dr. Lambert speaking, as well as Catherine Schuth from the Triple N, and some more members of the public, developer as well. So I think that everyone can gain from this discussion, including council and residents alike.
Thank you for that announcement. Is there any other new business, Councilwoman Ms. Kosky?
Yes, I do have an announcement. The Rum Village Neighborhood Plan Workshops, the second one is tomorrow. It's going to be at the TRC Center at 6 o'clock. There's also a link for teams if anybody's invited, but this is what the second meeting to help shape the neighborhood on how that neighborhood is going to look probably out for the next 20 years. And it's been very informational, so I would encourage any of my fellow council members that want to come and see that process to please come. Or anybody out in the public that may be listening at this late hour.
Councilwoman Ms. Kosky, if individuals cannot attend in person, will they be able to have a link?
Yes, they do have a link. They do have it. They do have that available as an option.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Lee?
Just want people to remember that, remember the victims of gun violence that has been happening in the city. This past Thursday, my nephew, Tyler Brown, 15 years old, was traveling in his car with his father on his way home and was shot, and he's in the hospital right now. And so we're asking for the whole community to remember him and keep him in your prayers. There have been some improvements, and so we just really, the young people want to be engaged now against violence, and I don't think we need to miss this moment and this opportunity to engage our young people and let them have a voice, so.
Thank you, Councilmember Lee, and I want you to know that, our prayers are with you and with your family. We cannot imagine, what you're going through, but at least know that we're standing with you. And based on what I saw on Facebook, the number of young people that were there, I think it is a great opportunity to have a different level of conversation and engagement as well.
Thank you.
Any other new business? Clerk Jones, is there anyone waiting to speak on the privilege of the floor?
I don't see anyone in the virtual audience waiting to speak at privilege of the floor.
Is there anyone present wish to speak under privilege of the floor? Would like to state that we do ask that you state your name and address, and that individuals will have 3 minutes to speak, and Attorney Palmer will keep time.
Sharon Benicki, 3822 Ford Street. For as much as I whine and complain, I would be very remiss and very disrespectful to the South Bend Police Department if I didn't stand up here tonight and give them kudos. I just finished their Citizens Academy, and I would strongly suggest that everyone take advantage of it. You get to see the officers who work behind the scenes, their enthusiasm, their joy. You get to learn a lot about it, and I can't sing enough praises for the officers who showed up week after week to talk to us and tell us and show us all their different ins and outs, and they're just a wonderful group of guys and gals. And then there's Bob.
Oh, Bob.
God love Bob. This was my night, Saturday night at 9:15. Wait for it. It's dark, it's raining, and he's out there building. In fact, when we left tonight, it was raining, and he had his electric nailer going in the rain. I don't know what to do anymore. Building department's tired of hearing from me. He just keeps building and building and building, and he has no respect for anybody in the neighborhood. Maybe we could try a different tactic. He is running a business out of his house. Go after him zoning. He's got the big bounce house balloons. Every weekend, it's a 3-ring circus with them bringing tables and chairs and balloons in and out and blocking traffic. But something's got to give. Thank you.
Thank you as well. Anyone else in the public wishing to speak under privilege of the floor? Seeing no one, our meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone.